Everybody. May I just say good morning, Africa. Um, it is good to see all of us live on this virtual conference. I welcome you to this journey of rebuilding African small businesses. And this is a great opportunity for us to elevate our people from being insulted by people that that should be respecting us. We want to change everything about them, about our people, to people that will be honored and respected worldwide. We are not here to blame anybody. Our purpose is to encourage our people, help them see the opportunities that are out there. And then we want to partner with those willing to work hard. People who want to listen to the experts. People want to listen to the investors that will be helping us on this journey. Uh, you know, I don't think the history of Africa is hidden from any of us. We originated the free enterprise that everybody is promoting worldwide. I think if I remember my elementary school, we call it trade by barter or something like that. We have that before the colonial came. Uh, we had a unique system of government before the foreign influence. So what happened? We forgot who we are. So starting today, let us build a powerful entrepreneurial group in Africa that will rebuild and help others start business instead of people trying to join a ministry or go work for somebody else. We have the talent. Look at it this way. We taught that continent many things they are now reselling back to us. Isn't that ironic? If our ancestors can build the pyramid, if our ancestors can build the world's first university, they build the most powerful economy in the world, United States, on the back of our ancestors, and while they are in chain. Ah, we, the current generation, we can build Africa. We can rebuild our businesses. I think Africans always say apple never fall far from the tree. So if our ancestors if they are the one who created and performed wonderfully well in those days, we can do the same thing. Remember, as everybody is listening worldwide, because I was told some people from Australia are actually watching us now. I hope they are. What I'm trying to say is that we need to remember that we are not just talking about people buying and selling and trading. The goal is to create a group of entrepreneurs, people that are going to be dedicated to their craft. What is an entrepreneur? An entrepreneur is a person that operates a business or businesses, taking on a greater than normal financial risk in order to do so. That is my definition in the bank. I always say, entrepreneur is not buying and selling on what they call Amazon. It is part of it, but that is not the real definition. An entrepreneur has to have a vision and must be disciplined. So, brothers and sisters, let's do this. Again, I welcome you as I declare this conference open. Thank you so much, especially to the presenters for giving us their time today. I thank you so much. Ms.
Thank you very much, Mr. Andrew. Thank you for coming to declare this conference open. We believe a lot of things will be achieved during this conference, and we believe that a lot of people will be enlightened, their minds will be open, they'll be more liberal towards rebuilding and developing Africa. Thank you so much. We hope to see you soon to make your own presentation. So, let's make welcome. The first speaker is Mr. Mubarak Badamasi Durojaye. He will be taking us on um, agri-tech, an emerging business to strategically position Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Badamasi Mubarak Durojaye is a senior health finance analyst that provides financial management and reporting, health impact analysis, new business development for specialized businesses, including health-centered, not-for-profit organizations and agri-businesses. He has vast experience in the application of donor funding regulations, including those of GFATM, USG, OMB, Circulars, Unit Aid, and NWBG. I'm sure he will explain all those abbreviations. He is an agribusiness enthusiast and the MD CEO for Farm 360, where he has a vast, in the past 8 years, spearheaded the affairs of the company in the provision of steady supply of wholesome meat-type poultry and catfish across Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mr. Badamasi Durojaye, for coming on air to talk about agri-tech and how we can develop Africa using agri-tech. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, viewers. Uh, I want to say good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Africa specifically. Um, I'm very happy to be here to, discuss something that I'm very passionate about, and that's agriculture as it relates to empowerment. Um, Thank you. Yeah, so like Oman has said, I'm a finance analyst, and I have like vast experience in the application of U.S. government office and budgets regulations, and I'm also vast in the application of the Global Fund against AIDS and tuberculosis regulations. So, without wasting too much of your time, I want to take you straight into the presentation. And before I say anything about it, I want to pick some cue from what Mr. Andrew just mentioned now, that business as we were today actually kind of originated in Africa. And I see no reason why we should now be the one that will be looking up to others in actually driving businesses across the world. Actually, we should be, like setting the pace for people to actually follow. So that is what we are here to talk about today, and most importantly, to see how we can position Africa strategically in this fourth industrial revolution. And one of the areas that we can use in doing this well is through the agricultural business, and specifically applying technology in the deploying technology in carrying out agricultural practices. And that is why we've titled this particular slide that we are here to present as Agritech, an emerging business to position Africa strategically in the fourth industrial revolution. And you see that there is a sub-theme there that is saying that there is a need for deliberate intervention and investments. Now, I'll delve into this. I'll speak in, adopt a storytelling kind of approach using what we have done in Farm 360 as examples and to actually drive home the points. So, first, we have the major highlights here. We want to talk about the baseline information where we get to see what we are doing currently in Nigeria and how we can, project ourselves to become food sufficient, and not only that, to actually dominate the African markets and extension the world at large. Now we'll give a brief insight into what we have done in Country 16, detailing the growth and opportunities that are yet untapped. And we'll look at how we have actually used agri-tech in, achieving some of gains today, and other areas where we can actually, still apply agri-tech that we are currently not doing. So specifically, we'll be identifying gaps and trying to fill them. Um, So, in terms of the baseline information, as we all know, Nigeria is currently 60 years after independence, and we currently have a population of over 200 million in Nigeria. Our projection for 2050 is at over 400 million, and unfortunately, or will I say fortunately, now we have about 60% in stay in urban areas. Now, what this is saying is that we are gradually migrating from the, traditional way of our ancestors of, like staying back and staying very close to the roots in carrying out agricultural practices and other commercial activities. Now, everybody in Nigeria is looking to come to the urban areas to, seek for white collar jobs, and some new green collar jobs are beginning to emerge. Now, despite our very large agricultural potentials, the country is still a net importer of food, and we 2020 was a trying year, especially with the lockdown around the world, specifically now in Nigeria. The impact was so high that as of April, we started experiencing like very high rise in food items and the cost of food items. And by the end of the year, it was so high that some items have actually risen above like 200 to, in some cases like 220% the normal price. The vast majority of people in Nigeria are still, those people who are practicing agriculture are still doing it at a very subsistent level. You see everybody just saying that I'm a farmer and I'm a farmer and I'm a farmer. And the question there is, are you doing it as a pastime, or are you just doing it for your house, or are you doing it as a commercial venture? Whichever one is important, but there is a way we all need to actually key into one area of agriculture or the other. But beyond that, beyond just keying into it, there is need for us to actually be strategic in doing that. Now, there is that calls for, like deliberate intervention, not only on the part of the government, but also on the part of the private individuals, because there are several opportunities that are there begging to be tapped. Of course, we are also aware that the federal government of Nigeria is placing renewed focus on agriculture as it seeks to, revive the underperforming economy, specifically to provide jobs and address the chronic food insecurity in most parts of the country. Now, we will be talking about the steps, that we actually require to change this landscape, and specifically, we'll be looking at how we can become, like net exporter of food. So that's what we'll be doing, and that's we can do that by relating to what we have done in Farm 360. Farm 360 is a Nigerian-owned organization. It is wholly owned, and is a trade name for McBadmo's Transatlantic Trade Limited, a company that is into integrated farming operation. And our mainstay is in the provision of meat type poultry. The broiler type is the one we do. We raise them, process them, and also retail them through our retail outlets, Farm 360 Foodland. We have outlets in Lagos and Abuja, from where we actually reach out to other states, the northern states, Kaduna, Kano, and Sokoto. Now, the company has taken advantage of the increased awareness of customers and consumers for healthy products in actually deploying its products, and even in picking items to focus on. Now, when I say being strategic in agribusiness, it doesn't mean that you should only apply strategies in doing what you do. But then it's important first to understand, to break everything into their basic form, using the first principle approach, break everything into their basic form and try to understand each part. Doing that will allow you to understand the whole process. And when you understand the whole process, you know where to actually leverage on, and areas where you should run away from. I'm saying this where, because it's important for us to be deliberate about the approach we use. And in Farm 360, checked the whole value chain, and we realized that we cannot do all at the same time. But what we try to do is to look for ways that we can integrate some of these processes. So, and that is why we've chosen broiler type chicken, and we've also chosen catfish as part of the things that we do. Added to that, also we are into some exotic kind of vegetables. I'm talking the green, yellow, red capsicums, scotch bonnets, kale, zucchini, and we do cauliflower and so on. Now, we have been consistent in these items over 8 years now, and that has kind of given us like very far-reaching experience that has positioned us for growth. And so far, we can say that we have actually achieved year-on-year growth of up to 50% in some instances. Now, if you look at this, you will see where we were in 2013 when we were doing about 57.6 tons per annum for our catfish, up to compared to 2020 December, our throughput for that year was 1,000 tons per annum of catfish. In our broilers, as of 2013, we only did 8.4 tons per annum, and as at the end of 2020, we've done 870 tons per annum. Now, what have we done to actually achieve this? In most parts, we have actually deployed, technology in, all our activities. Activities such as record keeping, we make sure that we are not just flying blind. We have as much information about the market as possible, and this is made possible through the use of basic IT techniques, such as report gathering using mobile phones to actually send reports from the market to the farm where the theater of operation is. And apart from that, we have like various electronic database that we have built in-house to track our activities. And at the end of every round, we pull report from this database to see our performance compared to our target at the beginning of the period. Now, the whole of this process is possible through the application of the project management approach, which sees us, like trying always to improve on what we have done from one circle to another. And that is why we've been able to actually record this kind of growth in the space of 8 years. And you can see the graph depicting our activities from 2013 to 2020 here. In terms of experience, we have gone very, very far. And skills that it takes, we are still building on it. And opportunities, we have tapped some, but there are still opportunities yet to be tapped. And we are looking to tap some of these opportunities also with the use of information technology. Of course, as of 2014, we had modest capital availability. We have several units of our capacity unutilized in terms of our installed capacity. As of then, we were processing only about 400 broilers per day, but now we've actually scaled it up to 2005, and we're even targeting 6,000 now in 2021. Of course, our cost of operation was very high as of then, and we had very little to nothing in terms of our market share. Now, if you compare that with 2020, of course, we've expanded our capacity and improved efficiency. Lower cost of operation was achieved in 2020, and we had tapped into the market reasonably. They know us. We've used various IT tools to actually reach the market. We launched our products on various social media handles. Instagram, Facebook. We've used Facebook. We've made advertisements on the social media, and that's actually yielded results tremendously in the area of product acceptance. So we have people who now know our products, they associate with it very well, and the offtake is very high. And based on that, we've been able to expand our capacity and also improve our efficiency. Then, as a result of that, we've actually achieved a reasonable market share. And of course, as I've mentioned earlier, we've actually attained also rich operational experience, which is like a driving, like tool for all our expansion. We know that we know what we are doing. We have acquired knowledge both online and offline. There are several resources on the internet that you can tap. There are several courses there that you can actually, key into as a farmer to learn how to do new things and how to improve on the ones you are currently doing. And at the end of that, when you put everything together, you will see that there is a lot to actually benefit in the area of technology as it relates to agriculture. Now, aside from that, as we are also taking, we are also, giving back some of this knowledge to people too. Um, Part of what we plan to do, our outlook for 2021, is actually to put back the knowledge there on the internet, so that other farmers and farmers want to be can also access this information. The aim is to, interest, the coming generation to, tap into agriculture and not to make the kind of mistakes we have made in the past. We don't want anybody to repeat our mistakes. We actually want them to build on what we have done and project Africa strategically for this fourth industrial revolution. Of course, the IT has also given Farm 360, the opportunity to reach out to the world, to actually gain more investments into what we do. Now, if you remember earlier, I mentioned that agriculture is something that must be done deliberately. And in doing something deliberately, it means that whatever scale you are doing, you must do it correctly, and you must do it with, good intention and purpose. And one of the vital ingredients in ensuring that is done is, one, having opportunity to carry out research based on what you want to do, and also, most importantly, having information, the market information that will drive your output at the end of the day. Of course, there will be need for also financing to, carry out all the things you set out to do. Farm 360 has been able to actually reach out to the general public by way of crowdfunding to expand its operation year on year. Now you see that we have what's the name, like a team of investors that come, on our website. We don't know them in person one on one, but through what we have done and through all the information we've shared on the internet, they have seen us, and they followed our progress over time. And based on that, they were confident, and they are still confident that we are going to invest their finances purely for the purpose of the business. And some of them have actually, subscribed, and that is helping in expanding our scope. And it's also what has actually projected us to this level that we are today. So we are saying all of this so that other people who are out there can also know that there is great importance in the use of IT in driving your vision and your mission, so that people out there can also key into it and see how they can support you in your growth. So, for the better parts of our operation, that's like the first 7 years, we were 100% equity financed. That's like fully family financed. But to cope with our growing needs and expansion needs in 2018, specifically in June 2018, we started accepting investment from the general public. Now we now have several investors who are benefiting from our operation, and who are also supporting us in actually reaching our objectives as a firm, as a business. Now, um, it will not be complete to have this discussion without, talking about the various investment opportunities that are still in agriculture. And that is why we have this slide here to speak about the various potentials that are largely untapped. And this explains the inability of the country to meet the ever increasing demand for food and other agricultural produce. Now you have a vast what's the name, landscape, where you can actually, plant things and gain some values from it. But then, one, we have a lack of knowledge in the area of agriculture, especially in the production of most of the things that we consume. Our net output per hectare, for instance, in rice, is still lower than the international average or the acceptable average. And yes, the federal government is doing a lot in actually making sure that we become sustainable in the production of rice. But then it is not enough to, wait for the federal government alone to do it. So the I call on the private sector individuals and to actually come into this and also see how they can finance some of these very fine projects that will, translate into better gains for not only themselves but also the country. So between there's still so many things that we are not doing because we have very limited knowledge in that area. So we need people that will come together and deliberately invest in some of these activities. Between 1940 to up to 1960 something, we were made to understand that rice cannot be produced in Nigeria. A little while after independence, we realized that okay, we can produce rice in Nigeria, but they made us believe that we can only do it in the Kadama area. Then around 1978 to 1990s, we realized that okay, we can actually do rice in some other areas, but we can't actually get good quantity. And over time, and with current research and information that are out there now, we realize that rice can actually even be produced and milled in every part of Nigeria, and that is part of what we need people to come and tap into now and develop into something that will benefit all of us as a country, and of course as a region, Africa. Now, the agricultural sector remains predominantly the employer of labor. Like I mentioned earlier, people are still into some form of subsistence agriculture here and there. But then there is need for, like deliberate investment, as I always say, across board to enhance the production and increase the contribution of agriculture to the GDP. Of course, when we say investment is strategic, it must be targeted at closing identified production gap like this rice that we're talking about, you will see that despite our increased production in rice, the price of rice is still very high. So it means that we are doing well, but there is still a lot to be done, and we should not rest on our oars. So we should continue to, like invest in it, and of course, with some of the government policies now that actually, put ban on importation of certain items, we are hopeful that if some of these policies are sustained, in the short run, we might feel the hardship, but then we believe that ultimately we will laugh at the end of the day. There is light at the end.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Then of course, in also in doing this, it is not enough to just do this investment. We must also, apply project management approach in all the stages to ensure the achievement of desired outcomes. That's we want food security and profitability. Then value addition is one of the major investment areas that is very ripe with opportunities. Now you still see about 60% of what we produce, people just sell them as unprocessed and not adding any value to it. And that's why you see all our cocoa will go out of the country and it will come back as chocolate, and we invest a lot in buying the chocolate. It's the same reason we'll produce cotton and export and we'll buy textile materials. It's the same reason that even things like vegetable oils will produce granules, will produce soy, and export everything and import the finished products. Now
Yeah,
we deliberate investment in the area of like value addition across all produce, agricultural
yeah,
produce we actually are involved with in the country. Okay, so I've just taken like small liberty to put some investment areas that I feel be driven with information technology. We say
yeah,
food processing, the first one is crop production to achieve food security and to provide industrial raw material. Now, what are the areas for investment here? Now, with technology now, you can actually do things very important and simple, like activities like weather forecasting. You can do soil testing. You can actually get samples of soils and, send to different labs, and they will give you items that are good for that area, or how to actually balance the soil to do whatever it is you desire to do. Now, when we there are several areas of investment in that. You can
Yes,
actually your
absolutely.
labs and so on to do also some of these tests. Then, of course, with weather forecasting, you can know what to plant and when to actually do the planting and so on. So that is one area.
Absolutely.
Food processing and
Thank you very
preservation
much.
industries that will use agricultural produce as raw materials. We all know that post-harvest losses is still a very major issue that we are still dealing with in the country or in the region as a whole. So that is to tell you that there are opportunities to actually fill in this gap. A few months ago, onions made the news as one of the topmost prized item in Nigeria, as in onions, the normal onions that we use. And just about two
It
weeks ago,
became gold. It
yeah,
became gold in Nigeria.
and the price is crashing now, or it has even crashed, significantly. The same thing
Yeah,
with tomatoes.
absolutely.
Currently, tomatoes are being thrown away. You see it everywhere now, and those are areas where we can actually tap into and do some kind of value addition in the area of post-harvest losses and so on, to bring
Absolutely.
technology that will, like preserve some of these items and process them into what we can, preserve over a reasonable length of time.
Absolutely.
Livestock and
Yes.
fishery
But
production, which
a whole
addresses,
lot, a whole lot of information. It's a
yeah,
very robust talk that cannot
that,
be exhausted in a few minutes. And I
exactly,
believe there are a lot of people who are wanting to find out more information about agri technology and
yeah,
ways they can invest, and not
yeah,
just invest as an investor, but also invest their own personal time and resource to
exactly,
add to the GDP of the country. Thank you
exactly.
so much. We will be happy to share your contact. You can take questions right now. We'll be happy to share your email. You can just quickly say your email, and then we would
Email is
also,
here.
yes.
Email is here. We have our contact here on the slide. You have the phone number and the email, as well as our social media handle.
Okay,
So
so we'll be happy to share that with everyone, especially those who show interest in agri technology, and then we will take the discussion up from there. This is more like an eye opener for everyone, an opportunity for people to understand that in their little contributions, Nigeria, Africa can be rebuilt to that country that we dream of. Thank you so much, Mr. Mubarak Badamasi. We hope
thank
to engage more beyond here, beyond today, and then see you at the top. Thank you very
thank you.
much.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Thank you. You're welcome back. Next, we have uh, someone who loves to, experiment a lot. I've known him for a couple of years, and I know him to have metamorphosed from one level of sorry, just a minute. Yeah, from one level of understanding to another. So let's welcome Mr. Babatunde Aguda. He loves to describe himself as a serial experimentalist and venture opportunist. He will be taking us on craftsmanship and entrepreneurship, which is an emerging business to strategically position Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Tunde is a self-taught web and mobile developer with over 19 years experience in professional web and mobile solution development. Also a visual graphic designer whose best tool is Adobe Photoshop. But originally, a 2001 HND graduate of quantity survey. Can you imagine? Can you beat that? He's an alumna of Yaba College of Technology, where he decided to pursue his dreams, a professional career in web and mobile development in late 90s when the internet really arrived. He is a founder of quite a number of tech startups such as Ramp.ng, FlexWorks, Loop, Signature.co, and most recently, Recommend Your Tailor. He is a tech startup enthusiast and entrepreneur who believes in taking a risk at executing ideas as soon as they come to his head. He believes in trying out business ideas despite if they succeed or not at the very first attempt. In the last decade, he has focused on conceptualization and fabrication in the area of recycling, upcycling, and craft development that has led to the creation of several unique products, which are ideas from scratch. Worthy of mention are products such as compact disc stands, Sunction sign tags, and most recently the vintage vinyl and flare clock series, which are made from old vinyl LP records and acrylic plastic. He is the lead developer at a web design and development firm he founded in 2003 called Web Related Consulting. He is married with two lovely children. He is also an aspiring author of a book in his entrepreneurial journey so far, titled The Life of a Venture Opportunist and Serial Experimentalist. He also plays chess, writes social commentary, and loves to mentor aspiring tech entrepreneurs and startups. Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Mo Aguda, for joining us on this conference. We hope to learn a lot from you. So you have the floor, please carry on. Apologies, we seem to be having a bit of a technical glitch. I'm sure his audio is not connecting. I'm sure we'll be able to resolve that in a few minutes, in a minute or two. It's trying to connect. It's touching, but we can't hear you. It's trying to connect, but we still can't hear you. Okay, so while we are waiting for him to resolve the technical hitch, Um, okay. Okay, so while we are waiting for him to connect, I'll quickly share the Mr. Mubarak Badamasi's email contact so you can reach out to him directly, or you can send email to asbgconference at gmail.com. asbgconference at gmail.com. You can send your questions, your inquiries, your concerns, your curiosity. Just send them to us and we'll be happy to attend to them. asbgconference at gmail.com. So, some, hello, can you, is your audio back now?
Hey, Amo. Hello. 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 Oh, Jesus. Hello. Hello. I can't hear. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Sorry, can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes. I think
Okay.
you were muted. I think.
Yes, I guess so. Okay, I said, let me quickly go through that again. Dr. Ibilola Amao is the principal consultant of Lonadec Global Services. Lonadec is a multi-award winning woman-owned ISO 9012 2015 certified company, established as an engineering technology and innovation solutions company in 1991. Lonadec builds capacity, capability, engineering technology and innovation solutions company. Sorry, let me take that again. Established as an engineering technology and innovation solutions company in 1991, Lonadec builds capacity, capability, and competence of STEM talent to deliver value through democratization of technology in the energy, power, infrastructure, manufacturing, oil, and gas sectors. Ibilola is a committed change agent who invests her time in human capital development initiatives and continuing professional development activities. Lonadec and her programs have trained over 5,000 engineers and empowered over 98,000 STEM talent. Ibilola is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, Energy Institute UK, and Nigerian Society of Engineers. She is an Energy Institute UK Council member, sits on the IP RIC board and on the panel of judges for the Royal Academy of Engineering UK Africa Prize. Ibilola is a co-founder of the Women in Energy Network and sits on boards as an engineering technology expert. Ibilola is a 2020 C3E International Energy Women of Distinction awardee, Forbes Rising Star 2019, Vital Voices 2016, VV100 Fellow, a 2016 International Women Entrepreneurial Challenge awardee, and a 2016 Energy Champion. She works tirelessly with STEMpreneurs and techpreneurs to deliver innovative technology solutions globally. Vital Voices, VV Grow, VV100, GAP 2017 Fellow, and We Connect International Certified Member. She is involved in Girls in STEM and Women in Entrepreneurship activities with Greenpeace. Ibilola pays it forward for national development and socio-economic transformation. This is an awesome bio, and we believe that she has robust information and mentorship capabilities to take Nigeria, Africa to the next level globally. Thank you very much, Dr. Mrs. Ibilola. Please take over from here.
Thank you so much, Odan, for the introduction. I'm very grateful to the group and to Mr. Deniji for inviting me to make this presentation. I'm going to talk about EdTech and the fourth industrial revolution and emerging business for Africa's repositioning. And I hope that by the time I'm done, we'll all be energized for the Africa Renaissance, because education really should be the bedrock and the foundation for national development and socioeconomic transformation. And I'm hoping that Africa will begin to work together, African nations will begin to work together in the continent to make the difference. So because of time, I'm going to skip the content page, which is quite voluminous, and go to why EdTech. And I'll be focusing on human capital as an asset. The current United Nations estimated population of Africa is 1.357 billion, with about 200 million Africans in diaspora. So Africa's population is equivalent of 16.72% of the world's population. And between 2015 and 2024, the United Nations actually defined as the International Decade for People of African Descent. So I think we have just about 3 more years to go to be able to look at the General Assembly Resolution 68237, to be able to come together as Africans to make the difference that is required. So with Africa is the second largest and most populous continent on 20% of the world's land mass. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to translate our huge population of over 1.3 billion people into having the right skills, experience, training, education, abilities wisdom, knowledge, understanding, creativity, sense of judgment, ability to ideate, strategic insight, social impact focus, social responsibility, digital network, local insight, global outlook, and focus on the Sustainable Development Goals, which has a 2030 target. And this really hinges on the level of education we have and the quality of our leadership. But if we do not build the bedrock of our population and the quality of human capital and convert population into an asset, the quality of our leadership will continue to fail us. So I'm quite pleased to be talking about EdTech, because EdTech is an opportunity for game changing. So I'm not going to talk too much about this, but I'm just going to take a few key points on this slide, looking at Generation Z, because the millennials and Generation X have really done their best. And I think we should hinge our hopes on Generation Z, the 18 to 29-year-olds, who can actually enable Africa leapfrog from the Algerian what you have mentality to the ideation and the ideas mentality of what you can deliver. So gone are the good old days of we have oil, we have cocoa, we have timber, we have cotton. I mean, those are the good old days. I mean, that's gone past. We're now in the 2020 plus, and where it is what can you deliver? And we're looking at sustainability capital, strategic insight, teamwork, ideation, purpose, social impact, social responsibility, sustainable development goal focus, digital networking, global outlook, and local insight. So EdTech revolution for me means, how do I take people from the grassroots to the boardroom, leveraging technology and education? And for every type of human capital asset you want to develop, you need to look at the ecosystem of the person, the community, the people, the population, and connect the dots on how do I educate, enlighten, empower, engage, and make this person a creative, ideating entrepreneur. And this is so irrespective of the kind of African and the kind of location there is a trajectory that each of them can take, leveraging technology. So for societal transformation, which is the purpose of education, we need to address the truth, facts, and perception. And we need to rebuild families, communities, nations, regions to be able to change humanity. So for me, societal transformation comes in three buckets: the societal fundamentals, societal essence, societal development. Unfortunately for Africa, our culture, history, language, and values were practically destroyed through the colonial system. So we kind of missed it there. But we do have the societal essence of personal, family, spiritual, and community that is fragmented, but can be restructured through tactical learning. And for me, operational learning, which would involve informal, semi-formal, formal learning, blended online, face-to-face learning, and various types of learnings through social media, learning management systems, videos, YouTube, Zoom, Teams, and platforms such as this, must enable us restore the original societal essence in family, spiritual, and communal areas, restore our culture, history, language, and values through the process of education, enlightenment, empowerment, engagement, and entrepreneurship. So if you look at the Maslow's hierarchy and how education could enable us, strategic thinking, a 15 to 50-year plan, is what Sheikh Rashid Maktoum, of the grandfather of Dubai, put in place to take a country like Dubai from being a pearl farming nation in the desert to what we see of Dubai today. And if we're to change the game in Africa, we need to focus on the strategic part of development, which hinges on self-actualization and esteem. And if we do not restore morality, idealism, creativity, spontaneity, problem solving, self-esteem, confidence, and achievement, respect for others, through empowering people in their family, faith, and friends, and connecting knowledge to hobbies, talents, daily activities, sports, and teamwork, we will not be able to change the game. So EdTech must connect quite a lot of dots. So taking us from education to an enlightenment to empowerment, engagement, and entrepreneurship, which are the 5 E's of socioeconomic empowerment, is very key, but we must leverage numerical, critical, verbal, and abstract reasoning, analysis, and discovering of self, and connect it to harnessing our natural and mineral resources for value creation, whilst meeting specific critical needs of society and industry at both local, national, regional, and international levels. And this is basically an engagement and entrepreneurship process diagram, which basically helps us look at how we can move people through education from our applied knowledge competences, networking and value creation, to the ability to communicate effectively in teams and continuously learn and innovate to get to a point of strategic thinking, speed, and efficiency in delivering value. So Africa must learn to put its house in order and connect competencies of not just Africans in Africa, but Africans in diaspora and investors globally who are keen to engage and connect with the African Renaissance. So EdTech is beyond developing people for educational purposes. It's about the fundamentals of developing a new Africa and a renaissance of connecting all the values and historical knowledge and historical capabilities, capacity, and competencies we had, and leapfrogging that into the ideation world of the 21st century and fourth industrial revolution. So the maths, economics, and politics of EdTech is basically focused on the fact that EdTech is a huge spectrum where business opportunities exist. Educational technology could be called EduTech or EdTech, and it's the combined use of computer hardware, software, and educational theory and practice to facilitate learning. And this learning must be geared towards the focus of Africa's renaissance. $76.4 billion was spent in 2019 on EdTech, $89.1 billion in 2020. And there's a forecast that between 2020 and 2017, $285.23 billion will be spent on EdTech. And this composes of wisdom, history, geography, culture, societal norms, maths, geology, the art, space and time arts, health, wealth, economics, science, technology, engineering and maths, STEM, and the philosophy of knowledge. So there's so many parts of EdTech, but the most important would be philosophy, politics, and economics. And I'll tell you why, because if you go to Oxford and Cambridge or Harvard and Wharton Business School, what is being promoted for leadership and strategy is politics, philosophy, and economics. Whereas Africa that's blessed with natural and mineral resources would need to focus on science, technology, engineering, and maths to be able to translate its mineral and natural resources into finished products that would create wealth and jobs locally. We still need to have the strategic leadership perception. So there's the strategy side and the operational and tactical side. The traditional personal learning ecosystem comprises of excursions, interviews, field trips, documentaries, photographs, memorabilia, museums, art galleries, guest speaking, ask the experts, publications, biographies, autobiographies, polls, surveys, watching news, and library visits. A combination of this is required for holistic learning. Unfortunately, the type of education we have in Africa is limited to the classroom and limited to the theory of practice, which is colonialist and has not enabled us think out of the box, think critically, abstractly, or innovatively to translate our mineral and natural resources into finished products. This must be addressed by EdTech, African EdTech. Digital personal development involves a lot of technologies. In the left corner, I have the traditional way of learning, which is where Africa is focused on at the moment. But if you look at the digital development ecosystem at the moment, technology reigns, and technology is basically used as a platform for gathering information, intelligence, insights, and through data analytics, strategic plans and goals are set. So to democratize knowledge through technology, we must begin to look at the basic telephone handset, smartphones, iPads, flat pads, computer systems and laptops to be able to gather and acquire knowledge. To stimulate creativity, innovation, ideation, we need to begin to see how best to deploy different spectrums, different attributes of technology to share and disseminate information to change the status quo in Africa with a view to creating wealth and jobs, both remote and virtual jobs, for the empowerment of an African renaissance. The geography of EdTech is very sad. On my research, I discovered there's only one African country, Kenya, that is in the top 20 EdTech mobilized countries. So we have Kenya as the 14th in number as in delivering EdTech. So we're way, African countries are way backwards in terms of delivery of EdTech. And there's only one, there's one significant ULesson African EdTech startup that raised $3.1 million in 2019. So there's a huge market around EdTech, and most Africans are not playing very well in that space. So that tells me there's a huge opportunity and a huge market there for various Africans to either partner, form strategic alliances, consortia efforts or joint ventures with existing technology proprietors, or develop local and originate their own technology. These are various EdTechs players in the world. Africa has 20% of the world's youth, and there are 226 million Africans between the ages of 15 to 24 who need to access this kind of learning. So through innovation hubs, learning content and resources, STEAM and coding, education financing, tutoring and test preps, supporting teachers and schools, language literacy, jobs and upskilling, we can actually improve performance of education in national development and socioeconomic transformation in the 54 African nations. These are various leaders, masters, contenders, and pace setters. Africa is not playing in this space. So this is a huge indication that there's a huge gap for Africa and a need to close this gap through developing homegrown African EdTech. And this could be done with Africans in Africa, Africans in diaspora, partnering, collaborating to change the game. The strategy of EdTech I'm proposing is to develop learning, leverage different learning styles, and connect the dots of our lost culture, our lost history, lost languages, and values. So through personalized learning, group learning, gamification, video-based learning, edutainment, AR, augmented reality, virtual reality, extended reality and mixed reality learning, social engagement, MOOCs integration, and online classroom, we can actually leverage technology to connect Africans in diaspora and Africans and non-Africans wherever they're located in the world into the new future of learning. So why invest and develop EdTech in Africa? because there's a need for an African renaissance. We need to establish a value-focused meritocratic system. We need to encourage STEM, politics, philosophy, and education. We need to connect dots of Africa's past, present, and future. We need to connect local, national, regional, and intercontinental learning, connect surface and subsurface assets. There's so much gold, so much diamonds, oil, gas, natural mineral resources above surface and below surface that could be processed to create jobs and wealth locally in all the African countries. We need to develop culture-focused learning management systems to complement existing platforms. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement connects 54 countries of 1.3 billion people in one market with a GDP of $3.4 trillion. So we need to address this. How do we create wealth in Africa for Africans? We can access $3.3 to $4.5 trillion in spend to accelerate the attainment of sustainable development goals between now and 2030. We need to change the poverty perception and share experiential knowledge through global meetups such as this, hangouts, hackathons, and diaspora connectivity will be stimulated. We need to change false narratives like the size of our continent, Timbuktu, and the Egyptian Empire. And I just want to, this is one of the slides I like. Timbuktu did exist between the 13th and 15th century. And the phrase "from here to Timbuktu" is commonly used to describe some remote, hard-to-reach mythical place, but never a real destination. But Timbuktu was where the first university in the world existed. It was a city in Mali, West Africa. The El Kanemi and Songhai empires created education as we know it today. Philosophy and poetry was established with STEM, astronomy, history, geography, and medicine established there. It was a connection point and a trade route melting point for salt, gold, ivory, and slaves. Mansa Musa was one of the richest African that ever lived in 1325. We have libraries of history of African civilization, culture, and divinity in Timbuktu. Africa's nobility, character, responsibility as custodians of natural resources is demonstrated through Timbuktu, and knowledge prospered through intercontinental historical and cultural exchanges in Timbuktu. This is the kind of information we need in African EdTech. Egypt existed between 3100 and 3000 BCE. The legacy of the pyramids of today, of Egypt today, speaks volumes. Our languages, which I would say in Africa, including Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, Swahili, and Fante, are some of the most complex and most innovative languages that exist anywhere in the world. Our writing, such as the legacy of hieroglyphics from Egypt, is one of the things we need to look at. The maths, the spirituality, the religious, and the mobility mechanisms that were developed in Egypt are one of the most commendable anywhere in the world. What is truth and perception, fact or reality? The size of Africa, for example, is one of the saddest pains I have. This is the kind of education we would like to see in the African Renaissance EdTech. Africa is the second largest and most populous continent, located on 20% of the world's landmass. Unfortunately, it doesn't appear like this on the world map and the globe. So we need to correct this in African EdTech. And the Sustainable Development Goals have a budget of $3.3 to $4.5 trillion between 2021 and 2030. So this has to be addressed. In conclusion, an appropriate and value-creating EdTech solution should be designed to fix a multitude of anomalies. Manufacturing and innovation, number one, go beyond hardware, software, content development, and communication to totally change the mindsets of Africans, both in Africa and in diaspora, to understand that we're a blessed people. We have the history, we have the capacity, capability, and competence. If we can move out of the colonial mentality, the poverty mentality, to change our history and change our future. We need to deliver human capital as an asset, from population to asset. We need to improve health, safety, and security to attract foreign direct investment. We need to improve our cultural values, responsibility, and dignity, optimize our natural and mineral resources, create jobs and wealth, focus on African entrepreneurship, from individual mentality and corporate mentality to a continental renaissance mentality. We need to deliver value locally, nationally, regionally, and globally through collaboration and stimulate teamwork in industrial parks, innovation hubs, clusters, and cooperatives. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. So I'd like to invite you to join us.
Indeed, it does. Thank you so much.
And then this is where you can reach us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibilola Amo, for that insightful journey through Africa and the possibilities inherent in Africa. Thank you for opening our eyes to see the opportunities. Thank you for stimulating our minds to not just see the possibilities, but to also work on the possibilities and rebuild Africa. We will definitely attend to questions. However, because of time, we will communicate the questions to you. Thank you so much. Please keep supporting Africa, keep supporting women, keep supporting girls. I will come and sign up to be one of your mentees, so I can tap into the inspiration of your rich, robust portfolio. Thank you so much, and have a successful weekend. Happy New Year again.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We are back to craftsmanship and entrepreneurship. Yay! Okay, so without taking much of your time, we'll go straight to the presentation. I'm sure he's been able to resolve the audio challenge we have been experiencing. Okay. We can hardly hear you. We can hardly hear you. Yeah, there's so much interference. Okay, Mr. Agudak. Okay, so we are still having tech issues on voice. We would take the next person, that's Dr. Folajimi. Dr. Folajimi, are you ready for us? Dr. Folajimi. Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. So we have here Dr. Folajimi Adebowale to take us on telemed and emerging business to strategically position Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. So Dr. Folajimi Adebowale is a primary care physician, entrepreneur, and health communication and visual expert. He has 15 years experience that has spanned private medical practice, entrepreneurship, health communications, and healthcare consultancy. More recently, he has worked on social behavioral change communication campaigns and is an experienced documentary filmmaker. He is the co-founder of First Recon Healthcare Support Services and creative director of Recon Health Media. He is a social and impact entrepreneur and has been actively involved in nonprofits in the area of health, nutrition, and sanitation. His vision is to see Africans with better knowledge and understanding of health and self-making. Sorry, let me take that again. His vision is to see Africans with better knowledge and understanding of health and self-making better. And self-making, sorry, understanding of health and self, making better informed decisions on their health and well-being. Thank you very much, Dr. Olajimi Adebowale, for coming to expose our minds, give us the expose on the possibilities inherent in Africa in the area of telemedicine. Thank you, and then please carry on with your
Okay.
presentation.
Okay. Thank you, Omar. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure listening to Mubarak and Dr. Ibilola. So let's go straight to the point because we don't have much time. So I'll be talking about telemedicine and the new direction in healthcare for Africa. Telemedicine and the new directions in healthcare for Africa. Now, we've all heard about telemedicine and telemedicine extensively, much more during the COVID period. So let's quickly jump to some basic definitions. I have a very worded page here, but trust me, this is the only worded page you will see in this presentation. And I have like three definitions, going from the very simple definition to the more complex and more encompassing definitions for telemedicine. Now, the basic definition is that telemedicine is the use of telecommunication and information technologies in order to provide clinical health care at a distance. Now, let me break it very simple. If you are using a WhatsApp video call to talk to your doctor on health issues, that is basically telemedicine. And that is telemedicine in the simplest basic form. Now, let's expand it a bit to what we'll say here. That telemedicine is the use of medical information exchanged from one site to another site via electronic communications to improve a patient's clinical health status. Telemedicine includes a growing variety of applications and services using two-way video, which I mentioned earlier as WhatsApp, smartphones, email, wireless tools, and other forms of telecommunication technology. Now, the WHO, which is the World Health Organization, defines telemedicine as the delivery of healthcare services where distance is a critical factor by all healthcare professionals using information and communication technologies, which is basically ICT, for the exchange of valid information for the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of diseases and injury, research and evaluation, and for continuing education of healthcare providers, all in the interest of advancing the health of individuals and communities. Now, I'm sure that is a very worded and lengthy definition that we have there. But basically, as I said to you, it's as simple as you using your phone to call a doctor and consult with a doctor over the phone. And it's as complex as being able to use robots to do surgery. It's as complex as being able to use equipment in your house to monitor your health. And those information will go over the internet to your doctor, who will analyze and make very useful recommendations on those information. Now, for most people, you would think telemedicine is far from Africa because we are not yet that advanced. Our internet services is still struggling, as you saw earlier when Tunde was trying to present. You will think that, oh, this is far-fetched from us, but sincerely, this is one way we can use to solve the issues that we have in this country. Now, we all know that we have issues in our healthcare sector. The healthcare sector at the moment is very appalling. People don't trust their doctors, they don't trust their nurses. Even the doctors are not even staying in the country. You will see a Nigerian politician that would leave Nigeria to go to the UK to go and be attended to by a Nigerian doctor in the UK. You understand? So we have a big dire situation, but the reality of the moment is that not everybody can leave the country. Not every doctor can leave the country. And even those that leave the country are still very much interested in the country. 20, 30, 40, 50 years later, they'll still want to come back to this country. So there's no option for us to make sure that we develop our healthcare system. So what are the new directions when we talk about developing healthcare system? Now, the first thing I would like to mention is the issue of what we call the vicious cycle of poverty, ignorance, and disease. Poverty, ignorance, and disease. These are the three things that we found out in healthcare. These are research facts that Africa has a big issue with poverty, ignorance, and disease. Now, from my basic research, I tend to attack these issues much more from the point of ignorance. Even the Bible will tell you that people die for lack of knowledge. Ignorance is like the pivot between poverty and disease. Wherever you find ignorance, you will find poverty and you find disease. So when we talk about new directions in healthcare, we are pivoting away from areas in which you can remove ignorance, then we can remove poverty and we can remove disease. And the first thing is that we have to move away from a curative point of medicine to a preventive point of medicine. Now, this is not a new measure that has been talked about. This has been mentioned since the early 80s during the time of Professor Lukoye and Sonkuti, that we need to be more preventive in our approach to healthcare. Now, for you to prevent issues in healthcare, you must be able to do the right thing. For you to do the right thing, you must be able to know the right thing. So if you don't know the right thing, you can't do the right thing and you end up on the wrong side of health. So the first thing when we talk about moving from curative to preventive is making sure that people are informed and they can make their decisions on such information, or let me say they can make well-informed decision making. So, and that is where we sit in health communication, because it is our duty to make sure that fake news doesn't proliferate and have ground in the mind of people, and is to make sure that people who see issues as simple as vaccine as a problem stop saying so. We also know very much that we are so much in the information age. But what we have not realized is that so much more we are in the information age, we are also in the misinformation age. There's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of wrong information out there, based out of fear, based out of bias, based out of people with vested interest and people with financial and political interest in issues. So the first thing we need to do here is move from curative to preventive. Our people must be better informed when it comes to healthcare. Number two, healthcare is putting more power and more responsibility in the hands of the client. I don't want to call people patient anymore because, like I said earlier, I'm not waiting for you to be sick before I relate with you. So if I'm not waiting for you to be sick before I relate with you, I don't want to call you a patient. I'd rather call you a client. So we are putting more power in the hands of the client to be more responsible and be more aware of their health situation and their health care. The third thing in this mention is that healthcare requires patients, I have to use that term for you, to know what to do in every situation. Now, this still boils back to the same thing we mentioned earlier concerning information. And the fourth thing I mentioned there is that healthcare wants you to use fewer drugs. Now, and a doctor once quoted that the first duty of a physician is to make sure that you don't take drugs. Okay, I'm still very much in the first slide. The first duty of a physician is to make sure that you don't take drugs. So when we talk about the first duty of a physician that we don't take drugs, what it clearly means is this: you do not fall sick as often as you do. That is my first duty. So my first duty is not to restore health. My first duty is to maintain health. And that is the basis for preventive. Lastly, is that healthcare wants you to be responsible for your life. Okay, healthcare wants you to be responsible for your life. So now the basic issue we want people to realize is this: you are primarily responsible for your health care. Whatever situation you find yourself in health, you should be able to realize that it is not a spiritual attack more often than not, but it's a collection of responsibility, of, let me say, 50% collection of responsibility and 50% issue with your environment and your genetics. So let's go to the next slide. So what are the tools that we need for information technology? I'm on the next slide, which is page 4. So what are the tools that we need for this situation? We need the internet and we need apps. Now, there are so many ways in which the internet has been very, very helpful. People learn a lot from the internet. And you know, this they will say that your learning power is your earning power. Because if you learn 2, 3, 4 skills, just like I've learned from Dr. Ibilola, the more skills you learn, the more your ability to earn a better living and earn better finance. And the more you learn, you learn in the appropriate way in health, the better you are on making informed decision and keeping your health. Health is wealth. We can't talk about wealth when there is no health. So in other words, if you don't have health, we don't have anything at all. Our health is a very precious thing that we must consciously take care of, and we must not just say. So people, people sometimes become mentally lazy, and they tell me that they commit this to the act of God is by God's grace and all that. We don't need to abscond from our duty post mentally because of our faith. So now the other tool that we talk about here is the issue of entertainment for SBCC. SBCC stands for Social Behavioral Change Communications. Now, one of the things that is important in healthcare right now is people's behavior. How do we change people's behavior from risky sexual habits to safe sex habits? How do we change people's behavior from female genital mutilation to living girls in that category? How do we prevent vesicovaginal fistula and prevent child marriages? You understand? So how do we tell people to quit smoking and moderate their alcohol intake? So we have a role to change people's behavior. And I talked about entertainment specifically here. Some people would have used the word education, but the fact of this matter is this: you see, when it comes to behavior, when it comes to making change, entertainment is a far bigger vessel, a far more effective tool than education. And I'll give you an example. About a decade ago, an American-based health management organization, Kaiser Permanente, organized a small experiment with a popular TV series there called Grey's Anatomy. So they were trying to see, does Grey's Anatomy actually influence people's knowledge about health? So they did a case in which they sponsored an episode that has to do with an HIV pregnant mother. And the data showed this after the episode aired on cable TV, that knowledge base before the episode was 15%, went as high as 60% after that episode, and as far back as 9 weeks after that episode, it went as low as 45%. So there was not just knowledge was gained, knowledge was retained for a long period of time. So entertainment is a huge vehicle here. So I do focus much more on entertainment than education, because if you're talking about the media is a big tool when it comes to entertainment. Some people use the word edutainment, but from my own observation, those that have used the word edutainment have not really gotten into the meat of how entertainment convinces people to change their behavior. The third thing we talk about here is health marketing and communication, which is actually what I do as a profession at the moment. That look, if we want to talk about preventive healthcare, if we really want to change the healthcare situation, we have to market this thing properly and let people buy our idea and our notions about these things. So when we are able to do that successfully, people can change their habit and we can shift base from a preventive healthcare, from a curative healthcare, which is where we are at the moment, to a preventive healthcare. Our health system is clearly overburdened. So it will actually be better for us if we fall sick less often or we have a smaller health burden that we currently do. So by every means possible, Africa must shift from curative to preventive. And it is everybody's responsibility or our responsibility to market this attitude to people and let us see how they will adopt it. Now, much more recently, what we have at number 4 is what we call point of care devices and internet enabled diagnostic tool. Now, right now, a lot of people can check their blood pressure from their homes. A lot of people can check their blood sugar from their home. Some people can check their blood cholesterol from their homes. These devices are what we call point of care devices. At this point, also, we have what we call internet enabled diagnostic tool. I'll give you an example. Ultrasound scan. There are two brands, but there's a popular brand called Butterfly, another one called Claris. I can take my iPhone and take this ultrasound scan probe and go anywhere in the world and scan anywhere in Africa, in Lagos or in Abuja, I can scan. And my friend in the UK or in the US can see what I'm doing in real time at that point in time. I work with an organization that by next week we'll be training some lab tech people and some some doctors on how to run an ultrasound scan. The trainer will be in the UK. The probe they'll be using will be in Nigeria. So right from the UK, the trainer will take control of that probe right here in Lagos in order to train these people. So these are internet-enabled diagnostic devices. Now, these devices are meant to be so easy because of the issues of shortage of healthcare workers. You can have somebody who doesn't know how to interpret these things make use of this very simple machine and take it and let somebody who knows about it, interpret the result in another location. We also have issues like mobile ECGs, where you can just train one or two regular people on how to properly place an ECG on the human body, read the ECG device, and send the result to a cardiologist to interpret. So and this thing has actually enhanced one of the methods that is being used in the country to solve the issue of specialists and the issue of shortage of healthcare worker, which is what we call path shifting. In 2018, I was privileged to document a project, a USAID sponsored project that was done in Kogi and Ebonyi State. Now, what happened was that in Kogi and Ebonyi State, they noticed that despite the fact that these two states had high level of hospital attendance for delivery and for attendance, their morbidity and mortality was equally low, like other places that don't have high level of attendance. It might interest you to also know that a lot of people don't deliver in the hospital these days. A lot of people deliver in the traditional bed attendance place, and I'm talking to the millions of people, a very significant proportion. So you might come to realize that it's only some of us that are privileged to go to the hospital often or go for antenatal in the hospital. So what was done over this time was to train these people, which involved the traditional bed attendant, train community health extension workers, train patent PPMB, proprietary patent medicine vendor, on how to diagnose and treat very basic ailments. We went into the interior of Kogi and Ebonyi State, and we found PPMVs, the popular chemist, able to treat children for malaria, diarrhea, and cases that they could treat, and repair cases that they could not treat. So as time goes by, internet-enabled devices in the hands of these people is going to make them much more effective. And lastly, the fifth thing that we must understand is that healthy living, we must push healthy living as a goal. People must come to an extent, people have accepted this fact. But sometimes you realize that there's a lot of misinformation that is still very much rampant. But right from childhood all the way to adulthood, in the way we live our life, in the way we run policies, in the way we design our environment, in our society, we must make sure that healthy living is a goal. I'll give you a good example. I've been privileged to live both in Lagos and Abuja, and I can assure you that I will always take Abuja over Lagos because so many factors exist in Lagos that doesn't make living healthy. Okay, and whenever government meets in designing policy, in designing roads, in designing things in the society, healthy living must be at the back of their mind because at the end of the day, or these issues build up and affect our health. Right now, Nigeria has one of the lowest percentage when it comes to this value, quality, not the quality of life. That has to do with longevity. Your expected, I remember as time goes by, expected quality of life or something in that regard. As per 2017, we were at 53%. Ghana was 60%. Ethiopia was 54%. UK, US was 78%, and UK was 80%. So what it means is that they don't expect us to live so much long in Nigeria. These are the things that must change when we move our behavior from curative to preventive. So the next slide, please. So what are the challenges ahead of in healthcare and in telemedicine? Now you must realize that when I mention challenges, each of all these challenges are a potential solution and also a potential business. Okay, each of them is a potential problem and also a potential business. So now the first thing is what I mentioned before, which is the vicious cycle of poverty, ignorance, and disease. This thing is huge, and it's the corner piece in which my career has been ever since. Because ever since I started medical practice, right from internship, I've realized that Nigerians and Africans don't know what we are supposed to know. And when there's no knowledge, there's going to be death. And poverty and disease signify death. Economic death is poverty. Physical death is next to is the ultimate end of disease. So these are issues we need to deal with. Number two, mental health and mental health. Now, mental health in the next 10, 20 years, mental health is a big deal at the moment, but much more than now. In the next 10 or 20 years, mental health is going to be a bigger deal. Not just because of mental health and people falling sick, but we realize that issues like learned helplessness, issues like depression, which largely goes undiagnosed, issues like work performance, even for those who are not sick, work performance can be enhanced by tweaking someone's mental health. So in the near future, it's going to be a big deal as time goes by. Number three, the management of chronic diseases. Now, world over, and this is not just Nigeria, world over, much more in developed nations, they have a challenge with chronic diseases. And what they are saying is that the next generation or this generation that is growing up will most likely outlive their children. Right now in the global world, despite all the advances in healthcare, advances in medicine, and the healthcare personnel, there's a growing, steady growing burden of diseases and chronic diseases when it comes to issues like hypertension, diabetes, cancer, autoimmune disease like asthma, and systemic lupus erythematosus, and so many other issues. It's growing worldwide. So we need to find ways to deal with it. Cancer is a particular big deal, especially because it's very chronic in developed nations. But in developing nations, cancer is a big deal because of the late presentation. I usually run this timeline to explain to people what how cancer is as a situation. Imagine a case starts at day one. You will not be aware of that case by day 9, and by day 12, that case is no longer compatible with life. That means you have only between 9 and 12 to intervene. In the developed world, you can pick it up at 9. If that person goes through screening, they can pick it up at 5, 6, and intervene early, and there will be no problem. But in this part of the world, the person gets to know at 9, he will be in denial, he will run around in the wrong direction till when it's 10 or 11, and 11 to 12, he presents in the teaching hospital in front of the oncologist. As at that time, most likely we're in stage 3 or stage 4, and there's little anybody can do anymore. So management of chronic diseases really needs telemedicine, really needs information, and really needs these were point of care devices coming a lot, so that the client this time around can actually monitor these things and be able to live with them. Now, chronic diseases are being put in a particular situation that most of them don't have cures at the moment. Hypertension does not have a cure. HIV does not have a cure. Diabetes is said not to have a cure, but this is very controversial in certain cases, because some people have come up with the fact that some people will say keto diet, some people will say plant-based diet actually eliminates diabetes, and even to the point of eliminating the primary and secondary complications of it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have a lot of things with management of chronic diseases that we will let these people to. We want them to live a normal life despite they have a chronic disease. So once you are managing your chronic disease properly and well, it's assumed that you are not sick. That is what we are trying to achieve. Number four is achieving human longevity. Now, this is the aim, and this is the index of many countries, that how can we try to make sure that the human being lives long enough to probably see its grandchildren and great grandchildren. Achieving human longevity is a standard score, and it has to do with the one I tried mentioning earlier when I said that Nigeria scored 54% and Ghana scored 60. Life expectancy, yeah, that's the word. Life expectancy in Nigeria was 54% and 60 in Ghana. So
Yeah.
our life expectancy is low at the moment. Now, the fifth, sixth, seventh year, our food, our environment, and our society. Now, I never believed sociology was an important topic ever, except in the last 4 years. I believe that the way we roll as a society and an environment is very, very important for our health. Our food is also a big deal, because right now more than ever we deal much more with processed food. There's an inherent bias or inherent danger in processed food, because the person processing this food wants to sell. Ultimately, in the process of trying to sell, they might end up in producing things that are really not healthy, or that are really not meant to be in our meal at the moment. So there's marketing for all these things widespread. So as much as possible, we try to limit our dependency on processed food, because we do not trust the marketing gimmicks of the manufacturer. Lastly, wealth-seeking behavior. Wealth-seeking behavior talks about our activity. Are you a active person while at work, or are you a sedentary person while at work? There's been indices that people that have what's it called? People that sleep for a certain amount of hours per day are likely not going to live long. Some companies, some offices now have adopted sit to stand desks in their offices. And as a policy also, that look, if you sit for 60% of the day, you need to stand for 40% of the day. So you don't sit for 100% of the time you are in the office. Some people wake up as early as 4 a.m., 5 a.m. in the morning and don't get back as late as 11, 12. Very minimal sleep, very minimal rest, very stressful work schedule in their life. And they run this thing for 10, 20 years as a whole. This is grossly unhealthy, and they will most likely not live long with this kind of behavior. And sometimes it's not really the person's fault. It has to do with the policy of the government, the policy of the company, the policy of the environment where they find themselves in that situation.
Thank
So
you
these are the
very much.
challenges that we have at the moment. So lastly, what do we need to do? Okay, seek evidence-based knowledge. We need to seek knowledge in the most appropriate way. We need to be proactive and escape learned helplessness. That means that you should know that you can help your situation and help yourself, and don't feel helpless and say it is God's will or it is well, or you feel helpless about the situation. Number three is that we need to keep our good heritage and culture as Africans and keep our identity. Most of what we did in the olden days is actually what the modern world is going back to now. There was a country somewhere in Europe that recently, because of the older population they have, they were pairing university students who needed admission with elderly people who were living alone to combat the issue of loneliness. Depression will be solved from that, and also a reduction in their medical bill will occur from that. So you see right now that they are embracing the extended family setup as against the nuclear family setup that we are aware of. So mental health is going and grassroots solutions to our health challenges. We need to protect our environment by all means. This is also a big deal. And we need to use technology to our advantage. Thank you very
So
much.
much. Thank you so much, Dr. Folajimi Adebowale, for that insightful expose on the usefulness of telemedicine for our health today and to strategically position Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. I believe there is so much more to say, so much more to share. And then for your comments, observations, queries on how you can key into this vision about rebuilding Africa, whether through agri-tech, ed-tech, or telemedicine, please reach out to us, send us an email, and we will be happy to attend to your queries. Thank you very much, Dr. Folajimi, and we hope
It's a pleasure.
to keep seeing ourselves at the top. So we'll go back to craftsmanship again. I believe we've been able to address the issue of the sound. Let me bring him back to the studio. You're welcome back, Mr.
Yes.
Tunde Mo Aguda. Yes, finally we can hear your golden voice.
Yes, okay.
So I'll
So
do a quick. Sorry, please go ahead.
No, I said I had to switch to a mobile device. I was using a laptop before, so I think we'll have to settle for my mobile device in that case.
Yes, absolutely. Then, so I'll do a quick intro on a very brief one because I've actually done that earlier during the course of the conference, and then we'll go straight to his presentation. So Babatunde Mo Aguda loves to describe himself as serial experimentalist and venture opportunist. He is a self-taught web and mobile developer with over 19 years experience in professional web and mobile solutions development. He is a founder of quite a number of tech startups such as Ramp.ng, Flexworks, Loop, Signature.co, and most recently, Recommend Your Tailor. In the last decade, he has focused on conceptualizing and fabricating in the area of recycling, upcycling, and craft development that has led to the creation of several unique products which are ideas from scratch. He is the lead developer at a web design and development firm he founded in 2003 called Web Related Consulting. He is married with 2 lovely children. He is also an aspiring author of a book on his entrepreneurial journey so far, titled The Life of a Venture Opportunist and Serial Experimentalist. He loves to play chess, and he loves writing social commentaries. He also loves mentoring aspiring tech entrepreneurs and startups. Please welcome Mo Aguda as he takes us on craftsmanship and entrepreneurship, an emerging business to strategically position Africa in the fourth industrial revolution. Please, over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My apologies for the audio glitches. Okay, so let's start by let me say that my pitch, my presentation might be a bit different from what I'm going to talk about, slightly, because sometimes I love to flow based on how the personal experiences. So craftsmanship, what I titled this was craftsmanship oriented entrepreneurship, and it's a compound word, which, as you can see, I think if you can go to the third page, please. The third page.
Okay.
Yeah. So craftsmanship oriented entrepreneurship. So first of all, we all, to an extent, I think when you hear the word craftsman, I think a good number of us have an idea of what we're talking about. Probably the first thing that comes to mind might be the craftsman from a blacksmith or someone that makes something. So this word is very straightforward. Craftsmanship, as you hear, is a skill or art whereby we use your hands to achieve whatever it is that we're creating. And in most cases, over the years, you would have seen people growing up. You see people that maybe make mats, they make pots, they make all sorts of things with our hands. Now, I'm talking of probably like 20 years ago or 30 years ago, but we're presently in the digital age. So you can kind of imagine what exactly is it that we're crafting that will say that how many of it can we produce at a particular point in time with our hands. But due to technology advancement, we have so many tools and machinery that can enable us to roll out really, really, really fast. So that's the first thing I wanted to clarify so that people don't wonder that, okay, what does he make with his hands that he wants us to actually just sit down and start making things with our hands. So the next slide, I talked about it. I'm trying to marry the things together with entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship is a process of designing, launching, or running a business, which often initially a small business has the capacity of willingness to develop, organize, or manage a business venture along with any of the risks to make a profit. So let me summarize that. This is formality. A business venture is very simple. When you start as an entrepreneur, your goal is very simple. Your goal is to stay in business, to make profits, to grow, and to scale. So when we talk about being a craftsman and that focuses on building products that he can sell, it's very simple. It just means that whatever it is that you're making, you have to make sure that there's a market for it. And once you identify your market for it, you can easily market and sell it, because that's really important, because there's so many things that people can say they're going to venture in to make, which to an extent we might not be able to like get the kind of value which we're trying to get from it. So I'll go to the next slide, and I think the 6th page or so. Yes. Focus on recycled lifestyle, crafts, and arts. Okay, so that is the area that I focus on. And I'm going to talk, most times I wouldn't just talk wide, because I want to talk on areas which I've tried my hands on, tested them, and I keep doing it over and over again. So first, like I said initially, not all areas of craftsmanship produce items are profitable. I think that is something that I need to clarify. And they're not that they're profitable and have a good market fit. So as a result of that, I usually advise people to pick niches which they are sure they can sell whatever it is that they're making. Due to the economy, I know people might say that as long as you can have a source of livelihood and sell, it doesn't work for me that way. I think I've learned to focus on my strengths. I've learned to focus on availability of the raw materials. And when I talk about raw materials, I'll now go into recycling, because that's a major strength which I have. And recycled products is where I've pitched my tent, and somewhere which over the years I've created products which are easy to produce, and I can source my materials, and I have a full control over my value chain. So the next slide is where I really want to focus on, because as you might have noticed, most of my slides are not too pictorial. No, sorry. Can we stay on the upcycled lifestyle, craft, and art for a while? Now, you'll notice that I have a number of metal work-related things mixed with products which you will say that, oh, you've seen this product somewhere before, but they're recycled. And that is where I pitch my tent. And that is where I feel there's a massive opportunity for people to come in to this space and also join. I'm not going to say I want to play Monopoly. Definitely I can't satisfy the whole Nigeria. So that means that It's like the sky. It's big enough for more people to come in. So craftsmanship in today's sense, like I earlier stated, doesn't necessarily mean you focus on probably the products and the things you were used to back in the 80s or the 70s or the early 90s. I'm talking of things like pots, pottery, things like mats, things like leather works and all that. Craftsmanship in the present age what comes to mind for me are products that have a high level of lifestyle exquisite value. So meaning that they don't really come cheap. Now, for the fact that they don't come cheap, it's very simple. It's the fact that you cannot really produce so many at the same time. So it's not necessarily a skill. We're focused talking about scale. We're talking about the very little that you can produce, value, and the value that you can get on these products that you produce, and identifying your market. Now, a good number of these crafts span from metalwork, woodwork, and also some level of products which you see that are in between plastic, products that are not your regular products. A good example is the vinyl clock, vinyl LPs. So I'm going to talk about a little story about the LPs. We all know how LPs, record LPs, were a major source of audio back in the 70s and the 80s. I don't think we still played LPs up to probably like the early 90s. But you notice that over the years, technology kept on improving. And after the LPs, people started playing tapes. From tapes, they started playing CDs. Yes, then until we got to the age whereby we play MP3s. And some people still do CDs, but a good number of people play MP3s and all that. Now, there was a outright opportunity. And this is where I'm going to explain when I say I'm a venture opportunist. The venture opportunist is actually a word I coined. I've not really heard people use that. What I hear most times is venture capitalist. But a venture opportunist, in my own word, is someone that sees an opportunity in a venture, virgin, and jumps at it. Now, this also explains why I refer to myself as a serial experimentalist, because over the years, I've tried so many new ideas. Some might not work perfectly, then I opt out. And some, boom, they are a gold mine, and I still stay in them, I play in them. So that's why you see that most times these days I use strange words like venture opportunist and serial experimentalist. So I'm giving you a case study of products like the vinyl plates. So over the years, I just noticed that there's going to be thousands and millions of vinyls up and down. And I looked at it that there should be something we can make out of these plates. And the eureka moment came. So one thing led to another. We started producing clocks. But the fact remains that when we started producing clocks, it wasn't just about us doing your regular clock. The question is this: we had to be different. We had to find a way of creating something that there was a value that you could just not put an exact price value on it. It was just priceless. So meaning that you could step off the cost which you want to sell this product. One way or the other, we found a way of personalizing the vinyl clocks. We found a way of cutting, using laser cutting machines to cut our numbers out and start rolling out clocks for people as ASAP. Now, that is the clock story, like I said. Now, what I'm trying to buttress is the fact that one thing you'll notice is this: I carefully identified my supply chain. Someone asked me that, how do I get my vinyls? And I said, vinyls, how many other people use vinyls? A good number of people thrown their vinyls away, their vinyl disc away. But we find a way of sourcing for it. So meaning that we can keep on producing till, God knows, maybe we'll have to start importing from other countries. But that now takes me to the last page, about how to get started in craftsmanship and all that. So first things first, like I said, it's a very virgin space. It's not something that you might think a good number of people that have gone to school, that are educated like me, that in also played in the IT space would have jumped into. But I saw an opportunity. And the truth remains that when you see opportunities without hiding any feelings, jump at it, because economically, once you see that you can sell something and make a profit from it, why won't you jump at it? So how do we get started in craftsmanship entrepreneurship, Mitch? First of all, I keep saying this, that craftsmanship is not a niche you just jump into. The very first fact is that you have to find a mentor. I know this is quite a hard one. Nigerians sometimes don't want to share their trade secrets. They don't want to tell you how to go about things. But very possibly, someone like me, I'm probably a good number of people that know me now. I'm a very open person, and I don't really hide trade secrets. If you want to start doing what I'm doing, and you think you have the tenacity and the finesse, the grit, no, by all means, feel free and reach out to me, and I'll put you through and all that. Secondly, engage R&D. R&D is really important, because before I started making vinyl clocks, it took me over a year plus. The idea came to my head, but I didn't really understand it. I had to figure it out. So it was like a puzzle. And that is why the first thing I mentioned, mentors are very important, is that you really need to have a mentor, someone that puts you through. It might not necessarily be, the mentor word might be over bloated by, right? But you need someone to put you through, that shows you the way how to get these things done, you understand? So that takes you to R&D. Now, R&D is the part whereby you try to figure it out. You try to understand the product. Try to look at what is your strengths, what your weaknesses, what's your advantage, what are the pros and the cons. If you start doing business today, how long do you think you're going to last? Do you think you're going to source for your raw materials easily and all that? So that is where the R&D part is, whereby the research and development, try to improve on your products and all that. Now, number three is discover a source for your raw material. I think this is very fundamental, because even the good books, the Bible and other books of wisdom, talks about people planning before they build. I don't think it's going to make any sense for anyone to say that he's going to jump on any project and say he's going to start building something as a project manager and not even know where he's going to source these things. Incidentally, I'm a quantity surveyor, and these are probably parts of the things I learned in my course some 20 years ago. You really have to discover where you're going to source for your products, your raw materials. If you're going to recycle, if you're recycling, then make sure you probably know all the hidden joints where you can easily source for your materials. So that's number three. Now, number four, I think I talked about number four mistakenly as part of my number two. Identifying your product strengths and advantage, weaknesses. Know what is going to set you apart. Once you know what's going to set you apart, once you know why you feel your product is different from product A or product B, product C, then fine. You have a way to go. Number five, identify easily accessible market channels. Now, this is very important, because I'm going to speak to you from experience. And the fact is that marketing doesn't come cheap, neither does advertising. And in this age of social media and this age of the internet, the beauty about what I do is that I service and I serve a wide variety of clients. I serve clients in the diaspora, and I serve clients locally here. Now, if the things I sell that I can send to the diaspora are not too heavy, so I'm not really talking about a massive cost for shipping and all that, logistics and all that. But here is like trying to be able to sell your products and getting accessible markets, people to patronize you, is really a really important thing, because a good number of people that I've talked to that even make other products, I'm talking of not even crafts now, people that probably are into FMCGs that produce some things that you feel like consumables, they've always faced that challenge of how am I going to sell? how am I going to get this product sold? And this is where people try kind of get stuck, because it's one thing for you to sell, to make something, and it's one thing for you to sell that thing. And this is one thing I've over the years tried to figure out as I keep on creating new stuff, is that for every potential person that buys your product, you have the opportunity to turn that person to an evangelist, meaning that if it's satisfied, you can get a review from that person. You can get that person to indirectly reach out to other people, give you props up, word of mouth, recommendations. And sometimes you can even just go the extra mile to find influencers that you're not even going to sell this product to. But you try and reach a bargain, or you reach an agreement with them for them to actually use your product with all honesty, and tell them that I don't think I can even afford to pay you what you want if you are to say you're to market me. But can you use this? Can you have a copy of my craft and talk about it? Help me just do a review about it. Help me use it as your DP, your status DP on social media. And that's it. Now, these are the little things that have worked for me in the past, whereby I'm able to like create new stuff and reach out and get the numbers, the orders coming in. Now, I'm going to do something and now tie everything together with the theme. The theme of today, of what we're talking of the conference, is emerging businesses to position Africa strategically in the fourth industrial revolution. Now, it's really, really important that we note that there is a major job shortage in Nigeria. The unemployment rate is astronomical. I get a lot of people reach out to me that they want to learn, even if it's the slightest thing, or not even that they want to learn something, but they just reach out to me for employment, that, oh, is anything they can do for me and all that. I'm like really trying to understand it, that, man, you've gone to school, you this. If I tell you what I do, that I make things, and how do you fit into how do you fit into my organization and all that? So it's kind of hard to try to put it together. When I reach out to them and say, hey, this is what I do. I make things. And I'm really, really good at what I make. And you want to learn how to make things, I make your own things. Because the truth of it is this, is that we serve quite a number of industries. We serve the event industry, we serve the interior decor industry, we serve the advertising and the PR industry, we serve the general home FMCG market. So what I'm trying to explain is this, is that crafts in 2020 is totally different from crafts in the 70s and the 80s. Now you see that you can make some things that are more or less like lifestyle, what's the word? Aesthetics, that they just give you that beauty. And here's something I've noticed. Nigerians will pay anything for something that makes them look good and makes them look unique. I've noticed that, and that's why I jumped into the niche. So why isn't it possible for more people to join the train? Forget about your course of study. Forget about what you studied. Oh, I studied this, I studied that. It doesn't really, it's irrelevant. The truth is this, I studied quantity survey, ended up as a web developer. Along the line, I got bored and started design. Then when I started design, I started fabricating. And it's as simple as that. I know it's a grace to have this great gift of being able to pivot, go into one thing, go into another thing, go into this and all that. But what I'm saying is that a lot of people that do not have jobs, that are finished from school, can adopt this policy, this approach. Because the fact remains that if you're going to, while you're looking for a job, you can comfortably start a craft-oriented venture. Even if you're not making that, even if you're not the one that makes them, you can find a source, market things. You can do so much of drop shipping, as they call it, whereby you print a picture as if you're the one that makes them. Meanwhile, you just get them from other people and ship out. Craftsmanship is amazing. Craftsmanship is something that is dear to me. I think first thing is that I'm passionate about it. So I think that's the advantage I have. If you're interested in learning things, please feel free and reach out to me. My handle is very simple, at Flexworks. That is at FLEX, and that's it. Sorry, my presentations are a bit unconventional. I'm more of a person that flows as the things comes to me. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tunde Moaguda. We really appreciate your giving us this insight into the opportunities in craftsmanship. That's recycling, upcycling, and then is it refurbishing? And then making use of things. Sorry?
No, the word is just fabricating as a whole. So when you say recycling or cycling, exactly. Fabricating, the whole thing combined, yes.
Yes, fabricating, and it's important to note that it all starts with a passion and interest in ensuring that things don't go to waste, ensuring that things are always made. You can make good use of things continuously. You can imagine this vinyl disc, and then you are refabricating it to another good use. And people don't dispose of clocks easily. Clocks hang on the wall for years. So you can imagine how long this vinyl disc will remain in people's homes as clocks. I remember my dad's grandfather's clock. I'm sure it's older than I am. And it's still in my dad's house, even after his passing. So thank you very much. We appreciate your presentation. We appreciate your giving us this eye-opener. And we believe that rebuilding Africa starts with you and I. And we know we will get there. We'll continue to meet at the top. Thank you so much. So, without taking more time, we'll go straight to the next presenter. So our next presenter, our next speaker is Mrs. Beverly Cooper Chambers. She is a media pioneer and a telecom expert. Okay. Okay, so Beverly Cooper Chambers is a media pioneer who has enjoyed establishing niche publication for the Black diaspora. She is a PhD researcher in television drama, media ownership for people of the Caribbean and African descent, Black history and legacy planning from the Montfort University in the UK. She is a strong entrepreneurial professional with a master's degree focused in television script writing. Born in Wiltshire, England, to a Jamaican mother, fostered by an English family. Schooled from high school in Jamaica by her Jamaican father of African descent. She uses her checked past and rich heritage to encourage entertain, train, and inform future generations through the media. She is a media publisher, editor, script writer, and producer with a strong can-do ethics. So she's trying to join us, and she's having a bit of a difficulty joining with the link. The few challenges we have on our virtual space, and I believe with time, with improvement, we will overcome this stage of development and get it right. So okay, so while we wait for Mrs. Beverly Chambers, we'll take Mrs. Fumi Ayeni, who will be taking us on the use of research and technology to foster successful businesses. So we'll take Mrs. Fumi Ayeni on the part of using research and technology to foster successful businesses. Fumi Ayeni is currently the Insights Research Director at Bridge International Academies, She is a research professional with more than 15 years experience, 12 of which have been in market and social research. Fumi holds a Bachelor of Science from the University of Ibadan and Masters of Business Administration from Lagos Business School. Fumi's expertise lies in research, insight, and strategy to drive the successful implementation of solutions to guarantee improved efficiency and elevated performance. She has also been involved in the gathering of insights that fed back into project monitoring and evaluation. Research comes naturally to her. It appears to her inquisitive. It appeals to her inquisitive nature and combined with life experiences are giving her desire to commit to lifelong learning. Fumi is also passionate about creating positive social change. Her firm belief is that we touch others every day, positively or negatively. She aspires to positively impact others, particularly through her work each day. And I can assure you she has been doing that. I've had the opportunity of working with Fumi closely, and she has been very impactful in the lives of youth around her. Most of the people I have seen her work with are people who are ambitious, who are driven, and she has a unique way of firing their passion to work positively for the good of communities. Thank you very much, Fumi, for coming here to share your from your wealth of experience. Please carry on and tell us more about how research can foster successful businesses in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Omo, for the introduction. I'm honored to be here. I know this has been, quite a long session now, and you've had, back-to-back sessions. So we'll try and make this brief, and hopefully interesting. So I asked a question, and, it's kind of like obvious, right? Why exactly do emerging businesses in Africa need research and technology? And I make a submission, where I say they absolutely need it to partake in the fourth industrial revolution. And I am going to give you 3 reasons why, I make this submission, and then we'll go into the rest of the presentation. So my submission is that emerging businesses in Africa need research and technology. So that's slide 3. Sorry, one second so that Omo can, okay. So the first reason, slide 4, Omo. The first reason is that research and technology are actually embedded within the fabric of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, as we know, the first revolution was about mechanization, the steam engines and things like that. The second revolution was about electricity. The third revolution was about electronics, sensors, and all these applications of electricity. In all these industrial revolutions, the what you would call the advanced world, the first world countries, they were way ahead of Africa and the third world. But the fourth industrial revolution is about the ongoing automation of traditional manufacturing and industrial practices. So using modern smart technology, we're talking about advances in AI, in robotics, the Internet of Things, 3D printing, genetic engineering, and other technologies. And the funny thing, or it's kind of like in the fourth industrial revolution, all the benefits that these other countries, that especially the first world countries, had over us are kind of like, it's not that they are not so monumental, but because of research and technology, it affords countries in Africa to actually partake. So the first reason is that the only way that businesses can actually partake in these advances is because of research and all this technology that is part of the fourth industrial revolution. Now, the second reason, the next slide, is that, you know, and I've kind of alluded to this in the last slide, research levels the playing field. There is so much information out there now. There's so much data that you can gather about your market, your product, or your service that provides information that, you know, business executives can use for decision making. The same information that a Microsoft would have, a small business, you know, in Nigeria could have it. Technology also, you know, there's so many cheap technologies, freewares that small businesses can leverage on to kind of like remove those initial barriers to market entry and to help compete globally and to even help compete even nationally with other larger organizations. So research and technology levels the playing field. The third reason is that small businesses drive economies in Africa. See, we talk about how, you know, how without these businesses, I mean, we're talking about employment, we're talking about 90% of businesses in rural and urban areas of Africa are small businesses. You know, so they're important drivers for growth, they're important drivers for poverty alleviation, and, you know, much more than the Dangotes, you know, than the MTNs, than the very large businesses in Africa. Africa actually needs the small businesses, you know, to drive and to partake of inside the fourth industrial revolution, the large businesses. So it's a small business that can give us a critical mass that will really help us to partake in the fourth industrial revolution. Now I'm going to the next section of my slides, which is about business intelligence. And the reason why I bring business intelligence into this is that it combines research and technology. So there's a short 2 minutes, 1 minute video, and please play it. Omo, the video about business intelligence.
Yes, just a minute. I'm trying to bring it up to play. I'll need to reshare the slide.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, please. Okay. There's
Can you
no
hear
audio.
it? No audio.
No, we
Okay.
can't. Yeah.
Okay, just a minute, please.
I mean, I could, yeah. I'm sorry about this. Okay, maybe I should just go on, and then if we can still watch the video later, then, you know, then that would be fine. Omo, is that okay? Omar, can we just continue? Okay. Omar, I think we should continue if the video is not playing.
Can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
I think we should continue if the video is not playing. Let me just move to the next slide.
Okay. I'm having a bit of.
Yeah, it's fine. Let's just move to the next slide.
Please go on.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry about that. So that was just a short video. It was a 1 minute video that summarized the information that I have in this slide. So let me just go over this slide and I'll relate it. It's exactly the same thing as what's in the video. So what is business intelligence and why is it important? So, there's the saying that information is king and knowledge is power. And the truth is that because the fourth industrial revolution is about information, so you have all these advances, but if you don't know about these advances, then they're useless. And on the other hand, you now have somebody in a third world country, a so-called third world country, somebody in Africa, and has access to information and has knowledge, and all because of that, you're able to spot an opportunity and compete with other organizations and other businesses globally. So what is business intelligence? It's actually a strategic tool. It's a technology-driven process for analyzing data and delivering actionable information. So remember, I said that it combines technology and research. So it's technology-driven and it's a process for analyzing data. And it's especially important because now, there is all this data out there. In fact, even businesses themselves, small businesses, every day, you're generating data, customer data, you're placing orders, you have invoices and things like that. But how do we analyze all this? So business intelligence is a tool that can help us analyze all the data that comes in, both within the organization and even trends outside the organization. And it will deliver actionable information to business executives. Now, why is it important? We're talking about informed decision making. The whole outcome or the whole at the end of research is that you need information to make decisions. So actionable information helps executives, it helps everybody make informed business decisions because, like I said, information is king. How does it do it? Now, what it does is that it extracts facts from a vast amount of unstructured data. We're talking about invoices, we're talking about receipts, we're talking about customer behavior, their orders, So what tells you that if somebody orders this product, then we should recommend this other product? So, all this unstructured data is coming in and it's a lot. And ordinarily, in large organizations, you have a lot of people, sitting down, and you're like, oh, you have a whole team and there are data analysts and things like that. But business intelligence, it kind of like does, it takes away that particular advantage, from large organizations. And it helps small organizations to be able to take facts and transform them into actionable information. Now, the results are that it increases revenue, it results in improved operational efficiency, it provides competitive advantage over business rivals, big and small, and it's just something that that combines research and technology. So you'll see throughout this slide, there's technology, there's information, because research is actually about data, like transforming data and just all these random things into information that can be used. So that's what business intelligence is. So what next? Because I've given this introduction to business intelligence, and maybe it sounds interesting, but how can you take it further? What does it mean if you want to apply this to your business? So you would have to like sit down and define a list of objectives. Now, what business information do you need? Maybe you need to profile your customers so that you know how better to sell to them. Maybe you need to look at your orders, and better organize them. One of the things that I know is a bane, so it's like a problem. So maybe I'm moving into the next one, which is what business problems do you hope to solve? One of the business problems, at least for businesses, small businesses in Nigeria, is about logistics. So you order a meat pie, for instance, and it gets put into on a delivery bike, a motorcycle, and you order it today and you don't get it until the next day. And the vendor, so the business person actually gave the rider, the meat pie to go and deliver to you, and you don't get it till the next day. So of course you can't take a day-old meat pie. That person has lost money, you have been dissatisfied. So what business problems are you trying to solve? So you need to kind of like step away and look into the operations and everything about your small business and decide what you really need at the end of the day from business intelligence. And then, after that, it's kind of like, a research process in itself to identify what business intelligence software to use, because there are a variety of free and even low cost options. So Google has a free, so it's kind of like a dashboard where, it's a powerful tool in the sense that it helps you visualize data that could be, big data, and it's free. There are other low-cost options too that small businesses can take advantage of. So it doesn't have to be using Power BI, which is very expensive to use and which large organizations can probably buy. There are a variety of options that one can use depending on the objectives that you're trying to achieve, through business intelligence. And then it's also important that you have user-friendly solutions. So user-friendly in the sense that, now what I want to do is get, for example, I buy a phone. If it's user friendly, all I do is, I go in and I'm able to navigate, I'm able to understand. So yeah, everything might not be immediately familiar to me, but I don't have to be a data analyst in order to use this particular tool. So that's why I'm saying that it's important to kind of like get maybe reviews during your research while you're talking to people, get reviews and try and decide, which solutions are user friendly and easy for you to interact with and to use. Now, determine what data will best provide the insights that you seek. What do you really, really want to see? So this is after you've come up with a business intelligence software. What do you want to see? Maybe you want to improve your marketing. You want to automate the process of, okay, somebody, like emails going out and things like that. There are all these solutions, that one can, take advantage of that will help you provide data and prompt you that, okay, now it's time to send out these emails, or now it's time to send out a thank you email to a customer. So, in summary, business intelligence is a very powerful tool that combines research and technology. And because it does, and because there are inexpensive and even free options that businesses can use, then it is something that businesses, small businesses, medium businesses in Africa can take advantage of, to move them into the fourth, and to move Africa itself, so that we can partake of this fourth industrial revolution, which is actually about advances in research, advances in technology. And then on my last slide, I have a list of helpful resources that could be, of use to anybody that wants to read up about business intelligence, and especially how they apply to small businesses and why they should be used. Now, remember at the beginning, I said that emerging businesses in Africa need research and technology to partake in the fourth industrial revolution. And that's still my final thing. Emerging businesses in Africa need research and technology. It will help us leapfrog. It will help us to be able to take advantage. And it's kind of like, because we're also small businesses, we're more nimble. We're able to quickly take decisions. We don't have to go through all these levels of approval. We can just take advantage of things that come our way. And really, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fumi. Thank you for that concise talk about how research can help, research and technology can help foster successful businesses in Africa. Apologies over the technical glitch we encountered on the short video, and I'm sure we still have a minute or two. I'll play it later on. And I remember over our discussions in the past, you mentioned that there's something about Africans, about that they rather copy what their neighbor is doing than do a proper research about a market and how well they can prosper in the business. So it's not just about what my next door neighbor is doing, or the neighbor on the next street. It's about finding out what solutions you can provide to people within your community and how best you can scale up. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate taking time out for this. And then I'll definitely see you at the top.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's see the video. so that's about it. We'll okay, she's off already. Thank you so much, Fumi, again for this insight. We hope to include research in our business dealings in order to be able to scale up and strategically position ourselves in the global market as Africans. So, yes, you're welcome, Beverly. So sorry about the inconvenience. Tech can be funny sometimes.
It is what it is.
So thank you for your patience, and then thank you for also joining us on this platform to discuss how Africa can be positioned strategically in the fourth industrial revolution.
I think I need to say before you push the button that, sometimes God gives you the desires of your heart, because I wanted to go the penultimate. I wanted to be the one that came just before him. So, cheers.
Wow, fantastic. And it happened.
It happens. So there you go.
Yeah, so I'm sure it's a divine arrangement. Only I wasn't in the picture. Okay, so thank you, Beverly, for coming up.
Okay.
Beverly Cooper, let me quickly go through your bio before you do your presentation. So Beverly Cooper Chambers is a media pioneer who enjoys establishing niche publications for the Black diaspora. She is a PhD researcher in television drama, media ownership for people of Caribbean and African descent, Black history and legacy planning from the Montfort University in the UK. She is a strong entrepreneurial professional with a master's degree focused on television scripting. Born in Wiltshire, England, to a Jamaican mother, fostered by an English family, schooled from high school in Jamaica by her Jamaican father of African descent. She uses her checked past and rich heritage to encourage, entertain, train, and inform future generations through the media. She is a media publisher, editor, scriptwriter, and producer with a strong can-do ethic, and that's evident in her in her disposition today, despite all the tech issues we have been through. So you're welcome, Beverly. And then I hand over the floor to you to give us insight, expand our views, excite our imaginations about telecom, how telecom can be an emerging business to position Africa strategically in the fourth industrial revolution.
Again, I'm a media pioneer. And pioneer means you go first, and that means you don't do things the way normally people do. And I'm a Caribbean woman, I'm a Jamaican woman, and I have to start first with giving them thanks, and secondly with some music, because Bob Marley said, one good thing about it, when it hits you, you feel okay. And after all, whatever, we just need to just loosen up a bit. So enjoy.
Yes, please. So just a minute, I'll then put that off in AG.
It will happen.
The media industry, concerning how media has evolved over time, especially, like you mentioned, you are a pioneer, how it was practiced in the past, and then how it is practiced now, and where do we have a meeting point?
Well, I think I really need to say, while you're getting that ready, is that media was never something that I actually planned to come into. It was something that I was sort of thrown into one way or the other.
Okay.
So you're ready now?
No.
Oh, okay. Because as I said, I was born in England, and one of the things that happened was that I ended up going to high school in Jamaica, which was great. And one of the first projects or something we had to do was to do with television. And I looked at it and I said, okay, I might as well do that one. And I did it. I loved it. And from then on, when I came back to England, my first job was in the first black newspaper in the UK, West Indian World. And I got so shocked in their enthusiasm and their working against the odds, because it's never happened before in England and everything was against them. But in spite of that, we did it. And been onward and upwards from there. And when I say onward and upward, I mean going up and falling back down on my face and getting back up again. You know, I really got into media though, and it's a very significant day, and my children are going to say, why is she talking about that? But it's Friday, the December the 15th, 1995, when I had a stroke, when I was behind the wheel in Jamaica. I had a stroke, and that was when the enemy was trying to take me out, and I said, you loser. My memory went, and I couldn't write and everything. I didn't know anybody. But this is a testimony. And then I went to create a magazine called Testimony. So, now all of that we weren't going to talk about. We were going to wait to get the music going. Have you got
Absolutely.
But you see, media is about engaging with people, having a conversation. That's what it's
exactly. It's more about a conversation.
Yes. It's not about, this is what we do. It's about us as people engaging. So, are we ready with the music?
The slide is not opening. You can. Do you have it on your?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I have it on my screen. How do I do that? This is now technical. I am not.
So share screen, please.
Share the screen. Okay. Share the screen like that.
Then
application window. Yes. That one. That one.
Yes, application. Yes, please. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Do you play or do I? Do you play?
You can play. Just.
I can play? All right.
Yes, you can play. Just play.
We got this. Yeah. I can make it. We're gonna make it. I am a voice of hope, and I just wanna let you know that I believe in ourselves as a people can. The promise of a right and right. But just to believe on truth, and nobody's watching over us now. Believe that we all come together now. Everything will be alright. Music is so strong and ties among these generations. Unite and be one, the fight will be won. Come on, Caribbean. It's just about the figures and the madness. Together we will make our chance and light. Nothing but the circumstances. It's about the figures and the madness. Together we will take our chance and light. We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Carry the people, we got this.
Hold on. We have to hear this. Hold on. Okay, right.
We got this.
Yeah, we got this.
Our little boy, the voice of the future. We've got
exactly.
This. We've got this. All right. Let's continue.
Yes, please. You can keep sharing your slide.
Oh, remember when I said I do that, I can't see anything else going on.
Okay, please continue. I'll share it.
Thank you.
Yes.
So do you have a, is it up?
Just continue. I'll meet you off midway.
Okay. The future and the fortunes of
Yeah.
the African continent and the descendant of Africa. African people residing in the Caribbean, in the United Kingdom, in America, all over the world, has for centuries and centuries and centuries been determined by the wealthy and the white nation. And they have one intention: to win. The message we are bringing today is game over. Game over. If you have a chat box and you agree, just type game over. Moving right along.
Yes. Absolutely.
Media is power. Okay?
Yes.
The purpose of media and what makes it successful is because it strives on change, conflict, and chaos. And let's face it, just this week, we saw all of that going on in America. And it gripped us because we said, what is that? And it caused conversation. But we don't have to operate like that. We can change the narrative. For instance, we need to change what we accept, the words that we accept. The number one word, with actually two words. Third world. We are not. So we've got to stop embracing that. We are not third world. Right? We are the foundation. Africa, it all started there. Now, I'm not knocking media because I think it's exciting, it's entertaining, it's enjoyable. Fantastic. And the mere fact that we are having this conversation now with people all over the world is evidence of its power and how good it is and how excellent it is and how, when it's used properly, it is so effective, right? I mean, right now, I've actually had my dream, which is to get to Africa, right? Now, one day I'll actually be able to physically get there. But right now, I am talking to my brothers and sisters on the African continent. And that is fantastic. And joining us are people from the Caribbean, from America, from England, all over. That is the power that this has. And we have got to start using it effectively. We've got to change the narrative and change the framework of how we are operating. We also need to reposition our Black men to a place of respect. The media at the moment, Hollywood, British TV, Western TV, doesn't do that. We have the opportunity to do that. We have the opportunity to place our Black women at a place of honor, love, and dignity. That's what's going to happen. Next slide. These are the corporations that control our lives and decide our culture and what we should think and what we should do and how we should do it. As I said earlier, game over. Moving right along. When Andrew invited me to speak at this conference, my first question was to myself was, why me? And then that still small voice in me said, why not you? So here I am, a Black, British, Caribbean woman of God and a woman of African descent. About to share, because this is what I was asked to do, how I overcame adversity to get where I am today. Well, adversity and trial and all of that, that's my living. But it makes you stronger. But my story really starts with something which I learned about when I was doing my MA. Fictive kin. If you have heard of it, fictive kin, please let me know in the chat box.
Okay.
Next. Don't worry, this is not a history lesson. I am addressing you as business people, so we're going to talk business and money, okay? All right. But let us face it that there was this scramble for Africa, which continues. And it's all about division and theft. Nothing more than that. And how to make money from what we have. Next. Let us not be fooled. Racism is not really about the color of your skin. It is about the money. It is all about the money. Next. But I said I'd tell you about fictive kin, and that's what I'm going to do. Fictive kin basically means that it is how you make new families when you've lost a family. That image there is a picture of the door of no return at Elmina Castle. Our ancestors, and I mean our ancestors, went through that door, never came back, and spent the rest of their lives trying to create and recreate family. And why do I say that? Because when they left a tribe, people they were familiar with. They went on the boat and made friends and lost some of those to death. They arrived in Jamaica, Barbados, and Kitts or what have you, and were put on the auction block. And one went east, one went west, and one went south, never to be seen again. They then went onto the plantation and formed more families. And then one day, Tom, the husband, went out to the field as usual, and his wife, Kitty, hears they've taken Tom away. Taken Tom away where? He's been sold as an arrangement between another plantation, never to be seen again. The family just keeps disappearing, and we have to keep reinventing ourselves and making a new family. And that is traumatic, and that is what is called the trauma of fictive kin. And it didn't stop there. So we had in the 1948 time, when we had Windrush coming over from Jamaica and the Caribbean to the UK to help the motherland, we had people who left their family there to go and make a better life and came over to England, and it wasn't a better life exactly, but we made do and we made it work, because that is what we do. We make it work. And I go back to the point about adversity. It just makes you stronger. But the media, how relevant is this to the media? Well, the media make this image of this boy with a gun as if that is our reality. And some will say, yes, but if you go into the urban cities and everything, that is the reality. Because the media has told us that it is. It's told us that all we can do is be drug runners and single mothers and all of that. We are better than that. And our media is going to show how that's going to happen. Top Boy has been embraced by Netflix, and everybody thinks, wow, it's great. But we need, as I said, to change the narrative. Next slide. This is called damnation memoriae. What is that? It is the condemnation of your memory. So when we arrived in the Caribbean arena, the first thing that happened to us was we were told we can't remember, we can't know who we are. We have new names. So my people were born Coopers and Timbers and all of that. And it's all about the business, I told you, all about the money. Because in the Caribbean, the manufacturing of the Caribbean family was for the commodification of the slavery industry and nothing more than that. They didn't care how you felt, they didn't care how your family was, they didn't care about the children, as long as you reproducing, and they were making the money. And for some of us, we don't know who our true families are. So right now, I could be talking to my relatives and not even know. But things are going to change. If we were fortunate, like Alex Haley with Roots, he was able to track his route back to the Gambia. And there are organizations now in America in particular that help us to do that. And therefore, we need to embrace those organizations to find out our true source. Next, now, we're keeping it with the media. This is Butterfly Magazine. This is my little baby. Because after doing the MA and then starting my PhD, I realized that we need our own media. And I'm talking from top to bottom. We have the ideas, we write it, we produce it, we broadcast it, full stop. We create our new narrative. Butterfly Magazine is a magazine especially for the television and film industry for Black creatives. It showcases their work in an interactive way. We are in a technological time. So therefore, when you open this magazine, you can click on the trailers, you can watch a movie, you can click on all of the WhatsApp things that's going around. It's very live and it comes to life with you. One of my first subscribers said, it's like a treasure trove. You never know what you're going to get because you can learn about an African country, you can learn about a Caribbean country, you can learn about an actor, you can watch a movie, you can have a laugh, you can learn about Black health, everything, it's all there. And as you can see, we are right across the globe because we have Nigeria here, we have Zimbabwe there, we have Sierra Leone, we have the Gambia, we have England, we have America, we have everybody in this magazine because nobody is excluded. Next. As I said, we are already in 50 companies. Now, when I say we, I have to acknowledge one particular person, because when I was getting all of this together and wanting to do it, I went to my church and I spoke about it. And a young British Nigerian man came up and said he wanted to collaborate with me. And I mean, when I say young, I mean young in comparison to me. And we worked together to get the magazine out. And it was a challenge and it wasn't easy. And we put our money where our mouth was. So if you look in the magazine, there's not a lot of advertising yet. Notice the word yet. But we were determined because it was coming out every week. Every week. Friday was Butterfly Day. And it will continue to be Butterfly Day. Next. But Butterfly is the source that we are gathering our people from. We are gathering our subscribers in readiness for Onyx. Onyx is the television network that I mentioned earlier, which is going to produce and create and broadcast our material through our eyes, telling our stories our way. That's what needs to happen, and that's what's going to happen. Next. Now, it's not an easy road. It's not an easy road, but it is a road that we are going to walk on and win. But we can't do it alone. And one of the reasons I'm here today is to ask for support and ask for people to come on board, to invest, to advertise, to create. You've got your material, let us show it. As a team, we can work together. But I'm going to show you why I say that. Next. Here we have All About the Mackenzie, a British Caribbean sitcom. Meet the Adibanjos, British Nigerian sitcom. Both writers had a difficulty getting support from mainstream. And as a result, are you able to see this? Are we okay, Omadan?
Yes, we are okay now.
Just checking, because what I'm seeing on the screen is not what I'm looking at. That's just...
I know. I'm just going to meet you up at the point where you are.
All right, so I'm All About the Mackenzies and meet the Adebanjo. Yeah? Slide 14.
Okay.
All right, there you go. Right. And as I was saying, that's the thing about live TV. You just go with the flow.
Absolutely.
Well, the basic thing was Samuel, who wrote, produced, and directed All About the Mackenzie. It went on to YouTube and was a success. It went on 3 seasons. And when he was approached by a mainstream provider, they did 1 episode and said it was not for their audience. On the other hand, Deborah didn't get a look in on TV in UK, but she went to Nigeria and she got a look in there. So much so that she was so successful that Netflix now realized, oh, there's an audience for them. And then Netflix. The difference is you have to have a community that supports you. You have to have a community that supports you. And we have to stop thinking that and those people are Caribbean, so we're not related. We are all Africans. We are either African by descent because we weren't born there, but our ancestors came from there, or we're Africans because we were born there. That's it. That's the story. Next, it's all about money, and we, different people right across the globe, have to start spending money and investing in our own community. Next, this is a very powerful image. It says, all we have to do is stand up, and their little game is over. That's the Monopoly board. And if you stand up, it tips it up, and we stand tall, and we can get on and do what we have to do. So next, not that one. It's decision time. Let's stop working hard and start working smart. Let's start working together. Let's start investing in our own communities. Because as Samuel Bent, who I mentioned earlier from All About the Mackenzies, said, what we don't fix, our kids will inherit. What we don't fix, our kids will inherit. And so, that's me. Let's do this together. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And again, I can't thank you enough for your patience, especially with the technical difficulties we experienced just before you came up and while you were taking your presentation. And like the pro that you are, you just went on seamlessly as though nothing was on. Thank you so much.
The show must go on. Right?
Yes, the show must go on.
And as we said at the beginning, we got this.
Yes, and we can only do this together in one voice, with one mind, with one goal, which is to rebuilding Africa. We need to get up, stop the monopoly, and ensure that we are able to make our money, generate it, and then make use of it for our own development, not taking everything out of the country. So we need to also be able to project Africa in the positives to the world.
Right. And we have to also, just the last point, we have to not operate divisively. We have to recognize that
we work with one voice.
African citizens, and we work together with one voice.
Exactly. And one key thing you mentioned, we should stop telling ourselves we are of the third world. We are actually the first world. Exactly. The world, humanity started, like Mr. Adeniji mentioned, humanity started from Africa. That's and right. So we need to come back to our roots and ensure we continue from where our ancestors started.
Exactly right. That is
Thank you so much.
All right. God bless.
Thank you so much. Have a blessed day. Thank you. And then we hope we'll meet at the top where we will make things work in Africa, rebuilding Africa from the grassroots. Thank you so much.
When this COVID and all this is over, I will be on the plane. I will be on the plane.
I will see you in Africa. Hope Nigeria will be one of your first touch.
It's on the list, trust me, it's on the list.
Thank you so much. So have a blessed day.
Thank you. Bye. Take care. Bye-bye.
Yes, so that was Beverly Cooper Chambers. She's a media pioneer, and then she gave us a robust information about how we can make Africa great, how we can go back to our roots and become the pioneers that we are. So to wrap up today's conference, it's been a long day. We are going to have our chairman, the Asbg chairman, in the person of Mr. Andrew Adeniji, to give his own presentation and then close the conference officially. He started it, he's going to close it. So I'll give a quick bio on Mr. Andrew Adeniji. He's going to be talking to us on management skill sets for entrepreneurial success, the opportunities inherent in Africa. So Mr. Andrew Adeniji is the current chairman of Africa Small Business Group. He is also the president and CEO of Adeniji Family Holdings and America Africa Trading Partner in Dallas, Texas. He is also the founder of Global Workforce Group, a janitorial service business he started in 2000 to provide additional income to those who needed help in their community. He is a Dallas, Texas resident. Andrew holds a bachelor's degree of business administration in economics and master's degree in business administration. Andrew began his 30+ years career in sales and management from Southland Corporation, then the next 10 years in real estate and mortgage lending, and the last 25 years as vice president with Washington Mutual and Chase. He is a member of the Greater Dallas Chamber of Commerce, Richardson Chamber of Commerce, Black Chamber of Commerce, and Hispanic Black Chamber of Commerce and Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. is a former soccer track athlete and also a former executive member of DFW International Community Alliance. He is the founder of Holy Trinity Ministries Worldwide and currently serving on the board of Asbg Oshofa Scholarship Foundation.
Hello,
Hello, welcome back.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for that intro. Can you still hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, we are here with you. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, actually my job today is a lot easier than all our other panels because they seem to have covered everything I wanted to talk about. So I just want to use this opportunity to thank every one of them for taking the time to talk to the whole world actually. Um, you know, somebody quoted, I don't know who exactly, said the journey of 100 years always starts with a step. And we started this journey about 8 years ago. But I'm not going to go into the history of ASBG. Basically, in one of my corporate meeting, um, give me 1 second. It's telling me my battery is low. So let me change the phone quickly. Let me change. It takes me a second here. I'll turn this one off. Okay. Sorry. So, yeah, I'm turning the other one off. Okay, sorry about that. About to speak, he said I have like less than 1%.
Okay.
So
you're back on.
So anyway, yeah, I'm back. So about 8 years ago, I was in one of those corporate retreats with all these rich people, and I was complaining that why are they not helping my people in Africa? See, I like hitting everybody that say, what are you guys doing? You're not helping us. We are making money for you in the US. Why are you not helping us? And so, one of the smart Alec there basically says something that changed my life. Said, you are a VP in the biggest, the largest and the biggest bank in the world. Why are you not doing something? And I just said, you are right. Instead of me complaining about what you're not doing, why don't I start doing something? So that is the beginning of ASBG. Everything the panel talked about today is the vision. So whoever is listening to us, they need to understand that this is not a quick, get rich quick scheme. We are basically looking for entrepreneurs, people who want to help build our continent. Every one of the panel, you see the passion in what they are talking about is how to make things better. We're not saying we are bad. We just want to do things better. I think few people on this in our group here, we testify to it. Many times I have to tell people throwing money at me that I would rather not take their money because I want to do things the right way. And I think Omo and Fola Jimmy can testify to it, where somebody actually wanted to write us a check of over $500 million just for us to use it anyhow in Africa, but they will decide on what we're going to do, how we're going to do use the whatever they take out of Africa. And that time I told them, I said, no, our grandfather did that with you guys. They are still paying the loan from 1800. I'm not going to sell out our people. Then, not 2 weeks later, somebody else from Asia, a bank in Asia, called me and they said, they will give us a line of credit of over 1 billion, 90. I showed the document to Omo and I showed Olajimi. So it's not like the money is not there. The money is not there, but we have to just be smart. We have to make sure we protect our legacy and then we protect the future generation. There is no reason for us to um, be driving flashy cars now and my grandchildren is paying for it. Yes, we need an entrepreneur. We need a lot of entrepreneurs in Africa, and we need a lot of money. Everything, all the panels been talking about comes down to funds. Yes, we have the funds and we need more funds, but money is like a fuel. Cars need fuel, but the purpose of the car is not to buy more. The purpose is to go somewhere, and the fuel or gasoline, as they call it in Nigeria, or petroleum, helps you get there. Business is the same. The purpose of business is not just to make money, it is to advance a greater purpose or a cause. That's the reason I want people to start. We know the rules of the game now. We just have to play it better than others. ASBG is now in a position to be the equalizer for our continent and our people. The sickness of colonialism is still with us. We can't keep relegating this problem to the generation after generation after generation. Oh, they will solve it, they will solve it. No, we have to solve it. And now you see what is going on is that because few of us have money, we forget that other people are suffering. They are steadily going down. My friends on this panel will tell you that I'm probably the one of the few people that will claim that I have more children in Africa than anybody in the world, because in Nigeria alone, I think I have like 40 million. I always tell them. So there is every youth in Africa, they are mine. I have to think about it. Nigeria alone has 40 million. That tells you why I'm very, very busy and I'm pro-Africa. I have to do something to help them. Other people may not want to help them, but I have to help them. Can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so, thank you. So, we have to help our people. We have to get away from the sickness of colonialism. And then we have to stop blaming others. First of all, I will just be frank with everybody. African government, we need to address the continent productivity and look for a way to drive growth by focusing on just 6 priorities that emerge from one of the research I did with some other people. The first is mobilize more domestic resources. They have to aggressively concentrate on diversifying our. They have to be able to do that. They have to accelerate infrastructure development. They have to deepen regional integration. They have to create tomorrow's talent and ensure healthy urbanization. And I will allude to all these things as I go on. I'm going to try and wrap this up within the next 7 minutes. Delivering on these 6 priorities will require a transformation in the quality of African public leadership and institution, as well as governance. There is no point in us trying to build new schools when the Department of Education doesn't even know what they are doing. So the institution have to be on board. There is no reason why we want to create a bus system from Lagos to Abuja, but the road is not there. So if the government is not going to help, that is where I draw the line. If any government in any part of Africa is not willing to do what it is required to for investors to bring business into the country, we will go to the next country. We're not going to wait for any country. So yes, I may come from a particular country, but if that country is not willing to change to help the people, why don't we go help, other country and just draw the talent away from our own country? That's what United States did. See, that's what United States is doing. Look at, if you go into any bank, you will see Africans in the top management. Yeah, I'm still go to any bank in the United States, you will see Africans in the top management. We have more Nigerian doctors in Los Angeles than in the whole of Nigeria. We have more Ghanaian doctors in New York than in the whole of Ghana. And our government don't even know that they are losing talents. See, so like I said, we have to stop blaming others and we start taking care of things. All these imperatives require the vision and determination to drive flourishing reform in many areas of public life. They have to require capable public administration with the skill and commitment to implement such reform. See, you can't just say our youth are lazy, and yet you don't even give them a job. How are they lazy? At least give them job, then we know where if they cannot do it. I mean, look at the talent of all these people. I was listening to my brother who gave who talk about craft. I wish I have that talent. I wish I have such a talent. This is what we are saying. Not just getting a degree, but looking for something else to do with. So that is where ASB comes. We have to change. But anyway, I'm trying to round up in about 5 minutes. So, African Small Business Group, our immediate area of focus are in different. So the first phase is finance. We are going to different sources for financial help, a way to help our people without anybody taking advantage of them. We want to be able to work with only lenders that want to help us. And then you want to charge us 20% interest. We are not going to allow that. If they want to work with us, they have to consider our situation in Africa. And I always tell a lot of investors, the hole that they dump us, it's been a long climb for us to even get to the level playing field. But by the time we get to Hello?
Yes, carry on. You are with us. We are with you.
Hello?
Yes, carry on. We are with you.
Oh, okay.
You are with us.
I just can't hear anybody. Okay. So,
yeah, you went off a bit.
Thank you. So basically, like I was saying, yeah, thank you. We are going to basically, and a few people here knows what we are doing as far as the financial institution is concerned. I know by within the next 4 or 5 months, we should be able to have a presence in Nigeria. I don't want to talk more more than that on our investment branch in Nigeria. The next thing we're going to be looking at film and music, because I actually have somebody that's been talking to me about that. That we really need to um, start telling African stories, and then Beverly and I connected, and I love her passion for what she wanted to do. See, that makes my job easier. All I need to do, talk to her, get what project she needs financing, and look for people to give her the money. It will help all our people. The only thing I like doing is that, if we're going to it out Africa, because we have to employ our people. I'm not saying we can't go to any other area, but if we're going to talk, present a story about why are you shooting the scene from Hong Kong, yeah, it has to be in Africa. So that is the way I look at that. So yeah, music. Oh my God, look at the influence of Africa the world. So we really need to find music, things like that. We really need to find a way to do that. Then the next thing we're going to do is we're going to get into airline business. We're not going to compete with Delta or Arik. No, what we wanted to do is we are planning to establish a regional airline between African countries. Will this interest? Listen, travel and in Port Harcourt, and they can just fly without coming to Abuja or Lagos. That's what we wanted to do. If I wanted to go to Ado Ekiti, you have to come to Abuja, take something. No.
Yes, you're back.
Hello.
Yes, you're back. I think there's a connection challenge on your end. Please
Yeah,
go on.
Anyway, apart from airline, we're going to. I don't even know what's going. Everything else is on, so and I have a powerful Wi-Fi here. But anyway,
Please go.
the next thing we're going to education, although it's going to be different type of education, we're going to try and fund trade and training school for jobs of today. We're going to transfer from Accra. We already have enough universities in Nigeria. We just need institutions that can train people, give them, teach them on art and craft and welding, something that they can start making money immediately. I also have a business partner that actually is interested in culinary business, which is like food business. So we're going to be looking into that and see how luckily our people, they love to cook. So how our food can be cooked in a way that that Americans and Europeans will love, and other people all over the world can just they can eat it. So we're going to try and do that. Then I know Fola Jimmy already covered healthcare, but what we want to do is also find a way to work with doctors and create a medical consultation in Africa. Build an interactive membership platform.
Apologies, we are having a bit of a technical challenge on the other end. I'm sure it will be resolved in no time. He has a good network connectivity. I guess there's a disconnect somewhere. Our advice, okay, so he has, yes, it's back now. Okay, so welcome back. Please carry on. Please unmute yourself. I'm trying to unmute you, but it's not allowing me. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Please unmute yourself. Apologies once again. I believe this will be resolved in no time. Okay, so we have audio now.
Hello.
Yes, we have you now. We have your audio back on.
I don't know. Some showing my phone is muted.
Yes, you are back on now. You've unmuted yourself, so please carry on.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway, and I've not been able to raise money for that yet, but I do have the technical know-how, and the company that is doing it actually is willing to help us when we are ready. Uh, it just means we just have to find a good location, and we don't need a certain soil or one particular soil. These people are just credible. So anyway, let's go to the next one. I think Fola, Jimmy, and I, we've been talking about logistics for a very, very long time. And now we find out somebody that actually want to invest in that. But his interest is more into refrigerated trucks and refrigerated train containers. Um, and then, he also want to that he can give back to the non-profit and schools. And what he planned to do, like if he's working with the farm, everything they cannot sell, sign an agreement with a non-profit, or is nothing will be thrown away. So, that's why I said we have to do things right, because if they give us money and they find out that we are throwing things away, they're going to yank out the funds. So we have to be very serious on who we want to IG, and basically everybody knows what that means. But the difference with this put us to go commercial, and then if say you have a solar in your house and your battery is 100%, instead of you wasting the solar, they want a way where they can reverse the energy and sell to the utility company, so you will be making money. So when you sell to the utility company, you're also making money. So they have the technology. So we have to look into that. Then housing. Everybody knows that's one of my passion, and our agreement with the federal government, because that would be, I have fiduciary relationship with some people. So, but housing, we want to combine housing with planting trees in all over Africa. Which means we're going to be going into low income housing. But every low income housing is not going to be like a ghetto. It's going to be somewhere that people can live, with trees and around them. So I can tell people away from here more about the low income housing. The next thing we're going to be investing in is tourism, and I think Fola, Jimmy, and Omo can tell you that we've been looking into that. One of our members from London that's supposed to be giving us a presentation on tourism, but he never did. So moving on, you know, Hello?
Yeah, I think this is better. The other line
Yeah,
has
okay.
frozen.
Yeah, I don't know what is going on with that. So anyway, you see, we have to be prayerful. Can you imagine when it comes to something that can help Africa and all the demons are out, but they're not going to win, so it's okay. Um, Again, tourism. So we need to try and you know, oh yeah, I mean, you have to know, yeah, you have to look at things in a spiritual realm sometime, and just don't worry about it. They can try, but they're not going to win, so it's okay. It's just they can be backing from the distance, but then anyway.
Yeah.
um See, for my family, that is the first phase of what we want to accomplish. The second phase, again, is we want an Africa with where the economy will be moving fast, and also an Africa with that will have economic justice. Not where the rich keep getting richer and the poor keep going down the drain. No, we are not trying to take their money. They can keep their money, but we just want to build a different middle class system. Africa, we want Africa to be the next global market for everything. So that's why, one of the uh, biggest manufacturing companies in Texas, I had a meeting with them like about 2 months ago, and they are interested in Africa. And they also mentioned to me that next time they have meeting with they call them alliance of something, that they will invite me. Let me just give you an example of some of the things they think it would be great for Africa because of the talent and low wages. You know, they want to build advanced robotic center. In somewhere in Africa. Then they also want to build a plastic. I don't even know this. Technical people will know it. They want to build a different type of plastic, but the plastic will be using metal. I don't know how that is going to work. Plastic and metal. So they said it's good for something. Look at it. They wanted to bring this in Africa. They want something that can use horizontal and vertical integration. Trust me, I'm a money manager. I don't know any of this technical mumbo jumbo. They want something they call augmented reality. So I'm serious. I was writing this thing down and I was saying, are they speaking Greek? Because I don't hear dollars in anything they're saying. But this is what they are interested in bringing to Africa. They want some, yeah. They were thinking of a center that can manage cloud and cyber security simulation. Can you believe that? I'm serious. This is what they were telling me. And then they were talking about something that will handle industrial internet and big data analytics or something like that. You see? and I look at this, I say, wow, if our people just know what is available. Then one of the biggest credit card company also is looking at a call center. Why? Because everybody, most of the people in Africa speak English, and then the wages is also low. Yeah, because here they pay people like $15 to $20 an hour. So if they pay the same people $5 to $7 an hour, they will probably be making money that college graduate in ministry, but you know, it will improve the standard of living. I'm not going to talk about the wages. I think I will let um, people negotiate on that. All these factories. The only thing I said to them, just the way I always negotiate, is that every factory must be close to consumer market. It must be smaller. It should be a factory that can produce, not just producing cup. And when people don't want cup, then you can't do anything. No, we want them to be able to change and do something else. When people want spoon, produce spoon. If they want cup, make cup. So, and they say, yeah, that can be done. And then I want them to be able to work with big companies where they can factory made things, and then I want them to think of economic growth and production where simply because you are in Kumasi doesn't mean you can't go to Kenya, you can't go to South Africa. You have to be able to move instead of shipping everything by road. No, they should be able to go and plant a new smaller factory closer to the consumer. So for phase 3, that's phase 2. For phase 3, which is towards the beginning of next year, we are looking to build a technical hub in about 5 cities in the next 3 years. And these are the locations. We want locations close to schools, research centers, and things like that. So, like I said, we have a lot of things that we are thinking, that we are planning to do. But all this, um, people have been suggesting a few cities. Kigali, I think that one is in Rwanda. They suggested Kumasi in Ghana. They suggested Oyo or Ibadan. They suggested Port Harcourt. They suggested Abeokuta, and I think somebody also mentioned yesterday that Benin City will be able to is closer to the inland. So we looking at all these things, So yeah, actually, no, it's wrong. They are looking at Ibadan, Oyo, Kigali, Port Harcourt, and Kumasi. See, so, and the reason I don't want to push one place over the other is because if the local government or the government in certain states is not ready to work with us, we don't need to beg them. We just bypass them and go somewhere else. If the country don't want to work with us, we just bypass them. We will come back and do something else in future. But if somebody want to build hospitals and you want us to bribe you first, no, we're not going to do that. We want to help our people, but we're not going to help you first before we help our people. So that is my position. So, again, we need a location that they can guarantee peace and security. A state that is good in conflict management, governance. Uh, they have economic transformation plan. They are thinking of globalization. They don't want they don't want to depend on foreign goods. They want to spend money in building what they have. If you have cassava, let's have cassava factory. If you have cocoa, let's start making chocolate. If you have coffee, tea, let's start putting them in a package and sell it to the world. Call it Ijebu coffee for all I care. Just package it right. In fact, if you call it Ijebu, they will probably be wondering what that means. In the world, in the West. So what I'm saying is, I thank everybody that make presentation today. Let's go and find out what we can immediately fund for you, and and then reach out to Omo, and then reach out to Fola Jimmy, because they know exactly what is required. Yeah, you can reach out to me, but I'm still going to send you to them. So that to tell you that they are really good at checking people out and knowing what project we need to work on. You want to do a presentation with us, also reach out to them. You have the email. I really do appreciate everybody, especially those on YouTube. I apologize for all the technical problem we are having. Just blame that on me because, you know, our administrator has been working hard for more than a month on this. So I'm the one, I didn't do anything. She's the one doing everything. So I really appreciate Omodan for this. So thank you so much, everybody. God will bless you. And based on that, the conference is closed. And then Omo, can you please tell us how we're going to be able to get the video and also some of the materials from this conference?
Thank you so much, Mr. Andrew Adeliji. Thank you for wowing our minds about the possibilities and the investment opportunities that exist for us in Africa. Africa, this is the time to make noise and make it loud. Thank you. This is an awakening to everybody, both young and old. This is an opportunity to be your best, try your best, and keep at your best. No one should look down at your humble beginning because every beginning must have a destination. And we are just giving you insights as to how to achieve the destinations that some of us have been able to achieve over time. So people who registered through our link will be sent the materials, the presenters, our panelists' materials, and then the video will be available on our YouTube channel. That is asbgconference@gmail.com. The link will also be sent to you. Apologies over the technical difficulties we experienced. One way or the other, the links changed, and we tried to communicate in earnest as soon as that happened. We apologize once again. And, you know, like we said, it's a nascent era, and we hope to get better at it as we come together as one to improve our technological know-how. So, like I said earlier, the materials will be emailed to you for people who registered, and then those who send in their information about their ideas about businesses they would appreciate investors to take a look at and then give them guidance on how to push it and scale up. We will get back to you tops in 2 weeks. So we will be attending to the top 3 submissions, and then you will be contacted in earnest. Thank you once again. Like I mentioned, you will be sent the materials in tops 2 weeks, and the video will be available on our YouTube channel, which is asbgconference@gmail.com. We will communicate the YouTube link to all registered emails. Thank you once again. Have a blessed weekend. Have a thoughtful weekend. Don't go to sleep with your ideas. Think cooperation, think interdependence, think rebuilding Africa. Bye.